Good evening and welcome to the November 8th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. If we can have roll call, Shannon, please.
Messina,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Ingalls,
Yes.
Lutrip,
Here.
Mandel,
Yes.
McCracken,
Yes.
Ward.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you all join me for the pledge, please?
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me right now? We're all good. Okay. At this point, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Commissioner Ingalls because I have a cough, and the more I talk, the more I cough. So I don't want to do that, but I'm still going to participate in the meeting. So, John, if you can take it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me start by just kind of giving you an outline of how the night goes. We have 4 public hearings tonight. What we need folks to do, if you choose to participate as in the process, we would need you to sign up. There's sign-up sheets on the back of the room there on the table, one for each public hearing. So if you look at which one you may be interested in, if you want to participate, maybe want to give some testimony, please get on the sign-up sheet. So generally, the way it'll go, we'll have staff present a staff report, and then the applicant will get time to share their view on the project, and then we will open up the hearing for public testimony, 5 minutes max. Little thing we'll be kind of strict about is, we don't, if you come up, we don't like to have people applaud or boo or whatever. We've got 4 hearings. It's important that we get through it efficiently and more importantly, respectfully. So it's testimony, not a performance. So thanks for that in advance. So we'll get to the public hearings in just a minute, but we first have to go through a few orders of business here. First is approval of minutes from the October 11th meeting. Is there a motion for that?
I motion we approve the minutes from the October 11th meeting.
Thank-
Second the motion.
Thank you. Motion by McCracken, second by Ward. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Next is public comments. If you have a general comment for the order that's not related to the public hearings tonight, but just a general comment for the business that we do, feel free to come forward. Hearing none, we'll move on. Staff comments, please.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. A couple things. So for December, we have several public hearing items. We have a special use permit for a food and beverage use, and then we have a 3-part request for a project that you have seen before, modification for that River's Edge project. We have, as a reminder.
I'm sorry, what was the?
Oh, it's River's Edge. There's a modification to
Okay, thank
that
you.
project. There's a workshop this Thursday, so it's a multi-jurisdictional planning commission workshop, so a reminder for you. I have an agenda for each of you on the dais there, and so it is open to the public. There won't be any opportunity for public comment, but it is being held at the county admin building, so it's 5:30 on Thursday, 5:30 to 7, and it's really informational, educational, talking about some of the housing and growth issues, so kind of building upon the work that's been done by the Regional Housing and Growth Issues Partnership. Also just wanted to give you a quick update. I attended the Placemaking Institute in Rhode Island over the weekend, and it was a fantastic opportunity. It was invitation only, so pretty neat to be able to attend that, and had some great discussions, a lot of good input on historic preservation and placemaking and things like that. So more on that later. And then lastly, there is a forum next week that's being put on by DART, and that stands for Dedicated, Accountable, Responsible, Together. It is a nonpartisan group of community-minded residents, and they've been doing these on-point forums. So next week it is on growth, and it takes place on Thursday, the 17th at 6 p.m. at the Harding Center, and I will be one of the panelists on that, along with David Callahan, who is the Community Development Director for the county, Alan Dykes and Scott Hogue from NIBCA, so North Idaho Building Contractors Association, and then Kiki Miller, council member who helped launch the Regional Housing Growth Issues Partnership, will also be presenting. And then Dave Childs, who is a retired city and county administrator, will be the moderator. So that's all I have.
Excellent, thank you very much. Any comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, thank you. We'll move right into the first hearing. First hearing tonight is applicant Richard and Susan Bennett, location 1095 East Timber, for a proposed zone change from R3 to R8. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Looks like, Hillary, you're going to do the staff report. Before you do that, I'd ask the commission, is there any conflicts? Hearing none, please proceed.
Okay, great. Good evening again. So before you this evening is this request for zone change from R3 to R8 on Timber Lane, and the applicants are Richard and Susan Bennett. They are requesting a zone change to the R8 to allow additional density, and I'll speak to you about that in a moment. The property is east of Honeysuckle Drive. It is west of Shorewood Court at 1095 East Timber Lane in the Gardendale Acre Tracts. All legal notices were met, and all neighbors were notified within the 300-foot boundary. Here is an aerial photo showing the project location. It's outlined here in white. And so here's Timber Lane, and here's Violet Lane that goes behind it. That's more of a kind of unimproved roadway in that location. Margaret Avenue's up here that continues west turns into Kathleen Avenue, and then Honeysuckle Drive is here for kind of context on the location. Here is a zoomed-in version of that. So again, subject property outlined here in white. And there are some condominiums to the south that are marked here. So a little bit of background. This property was among a huge annexation that the city actually initiated in 1982. And so it was county property. The city kind of went across and decided we needed to annex in all these properties that were utilizing city services but weren't currently in the city limits. And so that was part of that. It was called Area 7. And then within a couple months, 16 of the neighbors came back in and decided they wanted to downzone it. So when it was annexed in, it came in as R8. And the neighbor said, no, we really want it to be R3. We want it to be lower density, single family, residential. That's kind of the character of the area. So that happened. That was approved in 1983, that downzone. And so this is kind of exhibits showing that. There have been some additional zone change requests you can see on this exhibit. So the first one is the one I just talked about, the down zone to the R3 that was in 82. And then the other one was kind of kitty corner to the subject property. That one was a request to zone the property from R3 to R8, and that one was denied in 2015. So there are 4 findings that are associated with the zone change request, and I'll walk you through each of those. First is finding B8, that this proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So first off, the property is within city limits, so that's a requirement. And then our new comprehensive plan categorizes this area as the compact neighborhood place type. So this is our future land use map, and you can see outlined here is the subject property. And then here's that color categorization is the compact neighborhood. And then again, zoomed in on the subject property. So you can see it is among a few that have that compact neighborhood designation in our future land use map. And then here's PUD. This is that Honeysuckle Commons that was recently approved by the Planning Commission. Compact neighborhood, so it's an area that has medium density residential located in older areas of the city where there's an established street grid and bicycle and pedestrian facilities, a mix of development types or single family, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, et cetera. And here are some exhibits from our comprehensive plan as well, just kind of showing the bicycle network, pedestrian network, and transit. This little pinpoint location pin is where the subject property is. It's on not a major street, so it's not on any of those networks directly. They're nearby, but it's not part of the immediate location for the subject property. So in the comprehensive plan, in addition to that future land use map, there's the goals, objectives, and action items. And so there are several action items that apply to this zone change request, and so I'll just quickly walk through those. A few under community and identity. And so this first one is the broad-based and inclusive community involvement for actions affecting businesses and residents. Supporting efforts to preserve existing housing stock and also provide opportunities for new, affordable, and workforce housing is objective CI 3.1. Under growth and development, there are a few objectives that relate to this. So achieving a balance of housing product types and price points, including affordable housing and recognizing neighborhood and district identities, as well as to ensure appropriate high-quality infrastructure to accommodate growth and redevelopment. Finding B9, that public facilities and utilities are or are not available and adequate for the proposed use. So we routed this to all the city departments. The water department noted that it's not within the city's water jurisdiction. Water in this area is provided by Hoffman. And so they didn't really comment directly on that, other than that they wouldn't be able to provide that unless the request went through the formal process to have Hoffman say they're not interested, as well as going through the Public Utility Commission. But all the departments that reviewed it indicated that there are adequate public facilities and utilities otherwise, and there were no direct objections to the zone change. Finding B10, that the physical characteristics of the site do or do not make it suitable for the request at this time. And so, as noted on the previous map, it really is largely kind of a single-family neighborhood with duplexes, condominiums. There's kind of a mix of housing product types in the area. The site, as you'll see on some of the other photos I'll show you, there is adequate parking for the existing uses. Currently, there are 2 homes on the property. There's a detached garage, and then there's a detached shop. And there's a curved driveway that provides more than the required 2 off-street parking spaces per dwelling unit, so they have more than 4. It's generally a flat property, no topographical issues or challenges. Violet Lane goes along the rear of the property. It goes through the property, so it's not a tract, it's not subdivided off of that. It's our understanding it's done through an easement in this area, and it is unimproved through this location. There's also some pressurized gas lines, and there's one that goes through the subject property. It's my understanding through the center of it. Here are some exhibits kind of showing the site up close. So this is that curved driveway I mentioned. Here's one of the homes. The other home, you can barely see the roof line behind this garage. So it's accessed from the street, but indirectly. This is the one garage, and then on this exhibit, you can see from the aerial this additional shop that's off the back, and this is Violet Lane to the rear. So Timber Lane here, and then Violet Lane here. Some site photos just to kind of give you additional view of the area. So this is looking west near the southeast corner of the property. And here are the Timber Lane Estates condominiums on the south side of the road across from the property. And then here's looking the opposite direction. So looking east on Timber Lane near the southwest corner of the subject property, and then the condominiums on the right. Here's a view from the rear. So Violet looking southwest, showing access to the shop that exists on the property. And then here's another one from Violet looking southwest near the northeast corner of that subject property. So for zoning, as you've seen in the staff report, kind of going through the analysis of this, the R3 is existing, so 3 units per acre. And then the R8 is what they're looking to have on the subject property if the zone change is approved. That would get them 8 units per acre. Kind of, we did the analysis in there, and if you kind of look at how that's done, just based on the requirements for the frontage, you could really only get the 2 units, the 2 single-family houses on there, and then you could get the 4 if you kind of did it the other way. So the owner is currently looking at doing a single-family home on the one with a detached garage, and then the duplex on the other. So you could do a single-family home and an ADU, and then a duplex is kind of how you could do it, or you could do 2 duplexes. If you wanted to take maximum advantage of the R8, you'd have to carve an additional roadway in there to get the required frontage, the 50-foot frontage for each of the lots, and an analysis wasn't done to see how many lots were really feasible under that scenario. And so here is a little bit of information on that. So the applicant is looking for the zone change, and then they're looking to do a future subdivision, a short subdivision, to allow those 2 lots to be carved off, one for the single family and one for that duplex. Finding B11, that the proposal would or would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, and/or existing land uses. So for traffic, the city engineer, Chris Bosley, weighed in and said, zone change alone doesn't change anything if they come forward and do the subdivision with that and add the duplex, that's expected to generate less than 6 additional trips on Timber Lane. So there were no objections to the zone change. Here is an image just kind of showing from Google Maps a little bit more of the neighborhood character for you to kind of see that. So again, subject property is kind of located here. We have the Church of the Nazarene here at Kathleen and 4th Street on the southeast corner. This is a city well site on that northeast corner of the roundabout. We have Coeur Lane High School, and then we have the county fairgrounds in this location. And then further over here, we have Home Depot and other commercial uses off of Government Way. Land use map, so again, single family, and then there is some multifamily with the condominiums and some duplexes in the vicinity. And then as mentioned, the approved planned unit development that's under construction, and then these are the civic uses for the church and the fairgrounds and the city-owned well site. These areas are outside of the city limits, so they're within the county. And then here's the zoning map, just to kind of show the surrounding zoning. So to the north across Violet, we have some R8 and R8 PUD, and then again on the south side, and then the other properties in the immediate area are zoned R3, so a mix. So your action alternatives are to consider the request and make appropriate findings to approve, deny, or deny without prejudice, and a zone change is a recommendation to City Council. This will have another public hearing at the City Council level. So with that,
Thank you, Hillary.
questions, thank you.
I have a
Appreciate that.
question.
Questions? I think
Go ahead.
Brennan was first.
Can you pull up that map again and show us where Honeysuckle Commons is? I know we recently.
Yes, so
approved
it's
it, but-
right in this location.
Okay,
And so that had the gas line traversing through it.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Fleming.
I have a question that didn't arise, but the fire department hasn't made comment on the Timber Lane and Mallard Avenue. It's like starts and stops throughout that run. And I think in our guidelines, we try to connect the same name across the same easterly, westerly paths. And I find it confusing that we have this little snippet of Timber Lane, a little snippet of Timber Lane, but between it all is Mallard, who is the dominant. And they don't mention that at all.
Right, so that, we haven't, I guess, moving forward, we have a lot of roads like that within the city. I mean, even like Kathleen to Margaret, I mean, there's multiple name changes on roads as they go through the city. So that can't happen anymore. So now we work with the county, and the county reviews street names and make sure there aren't duplicates and make sure that we have continuation. But for the ones that exist, it's
We're just gonna
difficult
let
to
it lie.
change them because then you have to go through and
Postal.
get all the property owners to change their addresses, and it's just this big, long process. But it's not ideal when we have
No,
roads.
and there's not much Timber Lane there.
Right.
It's mostly Mallard.
Right.
It seems like a handful of homes are Timber Lane.
Right, I'm sure it is a
They didn't
challenge
mention
for
anything, so I was just curious.
the
Okay, thanks.
911 response.
911 response, yeah.
Commissioner Ward?
Yeah, thank you. Hillary, two quick things. As I understand it, technically they could have 3 units, just they can't because the C3 only allows single-family units.
Correct,
The
yeah.
duplex allows to get the 3rd unit, and that's all. The other thing is, I notice the lots are very linear. Typically, a subdivision, people like a little more rectangular, but I assume that Violet is not a public road, so they can't legally access that way. Is that the reason they had to divide the way they did?
I think, yes, just because all the utilities and things are off of timber and because Violet is not
Okay.
a public
Thank you very
roadway.
much.
It's kind of functioning as part of an easement, I think, and then part of it might be dedicated.
I have a question, if I could. Would you mind going to the zoning diagram right there? So some folk, I read in the narrative, the narrative says it's surrounded on all sides by R8. That looks like it's surrounded on maybe 2 sides by R8 and R3 on 2 sides. So, I mean, if that becomes kind of a checkerboard, yellow, green, I mean, lay people might approach us and say, well, that's spot zoning. Could you speak to that notion of whether that's a spot zone thing?
Yes, and Randy may want to weigh in on this as well, just because it tends to be more of a legal question on, what is spot zoning or not. But this, in this case, if it's abutting and across the street from R8, that would not be considered spot zoning. It's usually, spot zoning would be if you, all of a sudden you decided you're gonna put a C17 right here in the middle of this only residential neighborhood versus neighborhood commercial or something like that. It's just, it doesn't fit with the area. There's no other zoning of that nature that's in the area would be considered spot zoning. But there is some leeway in your part, and especially looking at a comprehensive plan and the future land use map to determine what zoning is appropriate and where. Randy wants to add anything? I'll defer to him.
Well, generally, spot zoning is an argument that the request doesn't fit the comprehensive plan. And also that it singles out a single property for special treatment. So it's not a black and white issue. The commission has discretion, given that there is R8, R3 in R5 in this general area. It wouldn't be spot zoning, in my opinion.
Hillary, I got a question real quick. On the R8, the PUD and the R8,
Yes.
has that been there for a long time? And how did that, because I know
No, the R8 PUD, this one here,
Yeah, that was.
that was a recently approved one, I believe. It was last year.
Right.
It was approved.
Okay.
Pass line.
And then the rest of the R8 to the right of that, has that been like that for a while, or?
Right, so that was part of that big annexation in in 1982 that the city brought the properties in and zoned it R8.
Okay,
And then there was the property owners that came forward, and it was 14 and a half acres, and they said, no, we want to change the zoning down, we want to down zone it to R3, kind of
okay.
keep it
That was
in.
back in 1982.
That was, yep, 82. I think the official down zoning of that happened in 83, but it was, yeah,
Okay.
right around 82, 83.
Okay,
So you could sort of argue that this is, the citizens that, the residents of that time wanted a certain zoning.
They did.
And it was granted that way, and I guess the question is, will they still hold true tonight? In some respects, 85 was a long time ago, and some others it wasn't, and then other rezoning was in 2015 that was denied.
Correct, yep.
Thank you.
and that was
Welcome.
denied,
It was denied
for
to
whatever reason, right?
go to 8, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that one's
Anything else? Thank you, Hillary. Good,
welcome.
good presentation. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to try to do a group swearing in. So I'm going to ask if the applicant and anybody,
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, you're going to swear in the applicant and then have them? Okay.
I'm going to swear them all
Perfect.
in.
Okay.
and then-
Thank
So,
you.
so the applicant and anyone that is going to come to the podium and give testimony, if I could ask you to stand, please? Should be 3 of you at least on my sheet. If I could ask you to raise your right hand and swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, I do. Okay, thank you for that. All have affirmed. So first I would start with the applicant. If the applicant would like to come forward, please. Are you Rick Bennett?
I am.
And you've signed up on the sheet in favor, and you're also the applicant, so
Yep.
please proceed.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your time tonight. So I just wanted to talk generally about what our plan is. We bought this piece of property, it's been over 20 years ago now. And we love living there. We love the neighborhood. We like the way it looks, the way it feels. We bought that house because it was in the city, but you felt like you were in the country. You had a little bit of elbow room, and I really appreciated that. My intent with the property today, I've been trying to do something to build another house on that piece of property for about almost 3 years. And I could just never figure out a way to get it to work. And I've been down and talking to the planning folks and trying to come up with ideas on how could we do it? But it seemed like every time I turned around, they said, well, if you had an acre, well, I'm 200 square feet short of an acre. So I got shut down there. And then they said, well, it's too narrow by a few feet. So I got shut down there. And just the frustrations that go along with that. And when I look at what's going on downtown, they're building a house so close together, the eaves almost touch, and I got 40,000 square feet, can't almost, just want to build one more house. So it's just a source of frustration. So we pretty much gave up. Then I happened to hear about a program called Missing Middle. And this was about 2 years ago, and I thought, wow, maybe that'll work. And so that got delayed a year, and then that got delayed a year, and so I've been waiting 2 years in hopes that maybe that might be the avenue to let us build another home. And so, long story short, I kind of gave up on it, and I thought, I don't want to tear down what we have, in essence, to build my wife and I a new home. We're living in a 40-year-old manufactured home, a 2-bedroom. I got 6 kids and 25 grandkids. We want to build something a little bit bigger. And I could afford it now. And so, but I didn't want to give up the fact that I have 2 residences on there, and there was no way to do it. And so I thought, I'm going to try one more time. And I came down to your office here and I looked at the map and saw the R3s and the R8s, and so I got my hopes up a little bit, thinking maybe we could pull this off. Maybe there's a way. And, you know, I think that one of the things that I thought was interesting is that it used to be an R8, and now it's an R3. And when I found that out just a week ago, I thought, boy, I hope that doesn't hurt me in my chances of getting it approved. But I don't really know the whole story, but it just seemed a little odd that it was a 3 and then an 8. Now I'm asking for a 3 again. But my intent is to really, I don't want to build a subdivision. I got a lot of my neighbors riled up at me because the notice went out and it says R8, and they think I'm building an 8-unit apartment complex. I just want to build one more home for my wife and I. That's it. And I understand that when we do this R8, they'll have to split that into 2 lots, and that then will allow me to build 2 houses on each lot. Therefore, I won't have to give up the 2 houses that I have, and my intent is to bulldoze both of those homes and build a brand-new duplex right up on the front facing Timber Lane. I assure you, it'll be beautiful. You can talk to any of my neighbors. There's a few of them that'll be here, and ask them whether they agree or disagree. They'll certainly will have to agree that my landscaping and my yard work makes the neighborhood look good. I'm proud of my neighborhood, and quite frankly, I enjoy that kind of work anyway. And so, going forward, if I am able to do what I need to do, it's going to be just as beautiful or more in the future, because that's important to me too. I have to live in the neighborhood too. So one of the things that's going to come up by one of my neighbors, and he's actually one of my best friends, to be honest with you, he's concerned that, well, what happens if Mr. Bennett sells? Somebody else can go in there and build 8 units or build condos or whatever. And I don't know how that works, to be honest with you. That's not my intent. I know that if the way that this thing works, that it would allow me to build 2 residences on each lot, a total of 4. It's not my intention. And if I need to stipulate that I'll only build 3, I'll do that. I don't want to build 4 houses. I want to have a little duplex that replaces the 2 that I have and build my wife and I a new house somewhere on the property. We wanted to build it on the front, but I'm now having some argument back and forth with the pipeline people because they want to expand their footprint so that's a little bit of a negotiation going on right now. So where it goes, I don't think really makes a big difference to anybody, but we may have to move our house farther in the back rather than right on the street because of the setbacks that they're wanting to increase. So that's a little bit of a negotiation going on with them right now. But anyway, I don't know what else to tell you. I've never done this before, so I'm a little bit not exactly sure what it is you're looking for. But I guess, do you have any questions for me about what I'm hoping to do?
Questions of the applicant?
Question.
And I'm a little bit hard of hearing, so
That's
I'm
okay.
leaning your way.
The pipeline that you have going through your property, just approximately, where is it at? Because and what are the setbacks to that? Because even if you could build 8, that's a big barrier, I guess.
Yeah, the pipeline is on the east side of my property. It's 100 feet from Timber Lane. And on the west side, it's 200 feet in from Coeur d'Alene. And my lot is about 300.
Kind of diagonal.
It's kind of a diagonal closer towards the front. There's way more room to build in the back. That's why I'm thinking we may just put our house back there rather than up front close to the road. Then I don't have to fight with them. And I'm fine with that, really, to be honest. I don't really care. There's plenty, and because it's diagonal, the lot that's created that's to the west, there's more room to build in the front than there is on the lot to the east. And so if I didn't want to, I'd rather have it over here on the east side, but to avoid any kind of litigation or problem, I'll just move it to the other side of the property. I really don't care.
And then how far are the setbacks on that?
15 feet is what the easement says, but they're telling me they want 50 feet. And I said, well, I never got any notice of 50 feet. I don't know how they could change that, but there's new owners, and I think they're just trying to bully people around, to be
On
honest.
each side on each side?
Yeah, basically, they want 100 feet. I said, you know what? That's called eminent domain. You can't just take my property from me. And so, in any event, because they're the new owners. The previous owners didn't have any problem at all letting me build 15 feet away, and all of a sudden, these guys want 50. But they did tell me they would work with me a little bit. I submitted a site plan.
Okay.
And they said that they would work with me. And I've got plenty of room to do what I want to do. If I just kind of take my design and flip it the other way, I'm 50 feet away.
Okay, thank you.
Other
It's not-
questions?
Another question is, or is a statement. What our charges up here isn't so much what you would like to do, as much as you told us you want to build a single house or duplexes, no intention of selling your land. What we're looking at here is a zone change. And I appreciate your willingness to even have conditions put on it. I don't even know if this body can.
Yeah,
ask for
I
any
just
type
tossed
of-
that out because
No, that's fine, and I understand all your intentions, but I just want to make sure what we're looking at, regardless of how this might go, we look at the zone change and what the potential zone could be or will be and what can be put on there, regardless of what your good intentions
Of
might be. I
course.
just wanted to put that out
I
there for you.
understand,
Okay,
yes.
great.
Any other questions? Thank you. You'll get a chance to offer rebuttal after others provide testimony. Thank you. First on the sign-up sheet is Sean K. Indicate you're neutral, but you'd like to testify. Would you like to come forward, please?
How you doing?
You're sworn in. Would you just repeat your name and city that you live in, please?
Sean K., Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you. Please.
I'm not
5
here
minutes,
to
please.
oppose the project. I'm here as a property owner on Violet, right behind the proposed zone change. Do you got your paperwork on finding number B9? Submitted by Chris Bosley, city engineer, on the actual easement for Violet, crossing behind the property. That they found nothing that was recorded. And as a real estate agent, I did a full title search on my property again, and there is no easement recorded that would allow access for him to build a shop and drive out on the Violet Lane. Did some further digging, and I did find a road maintenance agreement dated back to 1997, which comes off of 15th Street and ends right at the very end where the county and the city line is. And then from there on, it's just considered a driveway into my lot. So I don't know how his proposed shop with a door accessing Violet would work when he's got to drive across my piece of property. So my full legal description actually goes to his property line. So some of those pictures you saw on Violet Lane were old. Lots changed since then. There's a gate on the left side, kind of where this new PUD thing is going in. So the only access he would is to go out towards 15th Street, which would be across my lot. So that's the only thing I'm here to point out. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. You want a copy of this road maintenance agreement?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, so he brings up certain points that may be valid, may not be. But during the process, doesn't this work its way through? If the individual has to access through his property, wouldn't that come to light as we go through the permitting process and so forth?
Yeah, so that was kind of the comment from city engineer Chris Bosley, was that at the time of subdivision, we would kind of work through, we'd need proof of any easements and whatnot. Also, if it was truly a road on both sides, the code requires that you can't have the double frontages, so there would be a restriction to access anyway off of the one, so it's likely there could be a condition imposed that they couldn't access off Violet Lane.
I just want to make sure that people understand that this is a process, that the city has, in that process, to make sure that everyone's interest is observed and worked on, and if there is a conflict, that they are notified and they can work with it. So I appreciate testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the gentleman's testimony is valued and appreciated. And, as we're hearing for everyone's benefit, this is a zone change. We're jumping ahead a little bit, looking at details of what construction might be and whatnot. Some shops may not even have vehicular access. It could be a wood shop in my backyard, for example, or whatnot. Those are details, I think, that come later in the permitting process. But it's still a valid point. Thank you. Next on the sign-up sheet is Don Boyd. Indicated he's in opposition and would like to speak. Don, you out there? You've been sworn in. If you just repeat your name and city you live in, please.
Coeur d'Alene, Don Boyd.
Thank you, sir.
Rick shed some light on, because I thought it was just one house. The duplex kind of threw me for a loop. Anyway, my concerns are the Violet Lane. As the previous gentleman spoke, that's kind of a weird road. The Yellowstone pipeline, as Rick mentioned, he'd have to wrestle with those characters. I think it's 25 feet each way. That pipeline goes through our front yard, so I'm well aware of it. And then in closing, why we're opposed is Rick's here today and appears in good health. That when he goes, if there's R8 on that property, the canvas is open and anything can happen with that. That's what concerns us. The homes to the east, our place, and 1135, those are, 1135 is a single-family dwelling, two single families. 1175, our house, single family. To the west is single family, and then another single family. So that's our concern, is what's going to take place in the future after Mr. Bennett is gone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's everyone that's signed up. Was there anybody else that didn't sign up that wishes to testify on this hearing? Hearing none. Mr. Bennett, would you like to come offer any rebuttal?
I'd like to talk about Violet. It's right now I have access to Violet. If I'm able to do what I want to do there with the zone change, I won't need access to Violet. My driveway will enter both sides, both lots through Timber Lane. So Violet, although it's been nice, it's a little bit of a pain in the rear end to drive down that pothole road. But just so you know, whether I have access to Violet or not doesn't mean anything. It'd be nice to have access just in case, but my intention is I'm gonna just fence it off, and because I'll have a paved driveway from Timber Lane to both lots. With regards to the question of what's gonna happen after I'm done with it, I sell it, I pass away into the the other side someday. And I am in good health, Dawn, by the way, so it's going to be a while, God willing. I don't know how to answer that. I can't tell what the future holds, but what I'm proposing is something that I think is reasonable. It will provide an additional rental for someone in Coeur d'Alene. It'll be in a nice neighborhood. It'll be something that somebody could be proud to live in. And so that's really about all I had to say. It sounded like that was the biggest deal, is Violet Lane, and not a big factor to me. One way or another, I don't really care, to be honest with you. What happens with Violet is kind of a weird thing back there. That's it. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Testimony is closed. I would ask the commission for any discussion and/or motion.
This question of the city attorney. So the individual came before us and said that he'd be more than happy to have a condition on this of not more than 3 buildings if we had the zone change. Is that possible? Can we make a condition like that?
Well, it wouldn't be a condition. You would have to do it in a development agreement, which can be done with a zone change. A condition is just a condition. An agreement would be binding on the applicant and any following.
So we could, if we choose to, have such an agreement, and a zone change would go from R3 to R8, but it would be constrained to X number of buildings.
Yes, you could.
And then if the property is sold or whatnot, that condition would stay with the property.
Yes.
And that was just one, the agreement was just one that was just worked out recently, is that right? We talked about this and the council approved it?
Correct.
That's wonderful, if we want to do it. Because my understanding of the issue, looking at the history of this, it seemed to me that there were a group of citizens in that area had a very strong feeling about the zoning. Now, granted, it was back in, what was it, 82, and to some of us, that's just a short time ago. To others, it's been a long time ago. And I was thinking that maybe we'd have those people here tonight say, you know, we've settled this once for all. Why do we have to come up with it again? But we haven't heard that. And I just encourage people in the future, if you have interest, come talk, because it's helpful. I would certainly think it would be something for us to discuss if we want to have an agreement on this, where he could have a zone change to R8, and the neighbors could have the assurances that it's not going to expand to all the permitted uses that are under R8.
I got a question. Hillary, is there going to be a development agreement on this particular item?
If the planning commission recommends it to council, council would ultimately decide that, but you could certainly make that, kind of that proposed condition to council, would be that development agreement limiting.
And that would be whatever the guidelines are now for our development agreements that we have, such as in a subdivision and stuff that we just adopted.
The one that was just passed recently allows with a zone change, you can do a development agreement with
And
conditions.
that would be a recommendation to, based on approval of this to city council.
Correct. That would be your recommendation to city council, if that's how commission likes to go. You could, in your findings and recommendation, you would note that that's a proposed condition, is that it would be approved subject to a development agreement limiting the number of units.
Hillary, in your presentation, you mentioned that right now the owner is looking at the single-family dwelling and the duplex. But when you guys looked at it in-house, between the pipeline and the non-access off the laneway, that there's only potential of 4, is that right? From what you
That's
could
what we were
observe.
looking at.
So we're talking about 1 more unit, should this stay as an R8 in the future, and somebody comes along, well, I'm just gonna rip up down that beautiful single-family dwelling and build another duplex. That would be the worst case, is that right?
Legally, but I don't know that for sure, because I don't have the details on the
No,
pipeline.
I mean, you didn't suss out all of
Right.
that, but as an overview on this specific lot, We have the pipeline challenge, which we've seen before, 50 feet, 15 feet, who knows? But does this have the potential of actually building out 8 units on an acre? Well, they don't have the full acre even, so that's not 8 units, it's even 7.
7 units, so in the staff report on, what is it,
Yeah, 'cause
page
it's
19?
200 feet
could
short
get
of an acre.
Potentially 7 units.
But
If
with
they
a
were to do a
pipeline.
road, they'd have to do a public road and then, which they could potentially go north and then have the lots. But it wasn't, we didn't draw it out to see if
Right.
that's really feasible.
Okay. I just don't know about getting it more complicated by putting conditions on it and, you know, making a development permit on what is 3 units, really.
Right, the conditions of the pipeline and the setbacks would
It's a
definitely.
biggie. We went through it on
reduce
the other
the
one. We went through
development
it.
potential.
It's a biggie. Okay.
Commissioner Ward.
Let me ask, the development agreement, any development agreement can be released by the city. In a case like this, if it's a condition, can they release it automatically? I mean, 10 years from now, who knows what that area is going to look like? And if the development agreement can say limited to 3 units, unless released after a public hearing, the public gets their input again. And I don't know if that's possible or not.
Yeah, that is typically what happens is somebody would come in, whether it be the city or an applicant, to request that the development agreement end. And that provision is usually placed in the development agreement, that it requires city approval before that would occur.
In the development agreement, if that's part of a condition and it's approved here and it goes to city council and it's approved, the development agreement, that stays with the land when it's sold, that development agreement is no longer, and then it has to come back, or is that, what is that, Randy?
No, the development agreement typically would be binding on any subsequent owners of the
Okay.
property. But any subsequent owner could request that it be terminated.
It's just like changing the zoning. It's simply similar to that. So at any time that the people want to do that, they could if they want to. I just think that this agreement makes a lot of sense. It meets the needs of the property owner, meets the needs of the neighbors. In fact, he made the recommendation for himself to limit it to 3 buildings.
So
I'm not so sure that we want to make our judgment on the pipeline, you know, 'cause what we do here, I think, will affect what we do in other areas too, and the pipeline is not part of my discussion, at least.
Commissioner McCracken.
I probably agree with Commissioner Fleming, just in that the barriers to the site, it's pretty narrow. The frontage is narrow enough, and any, probably more than 4 would have to come back to this commission to get some kind of approval. I don't know if we need to make it really complicated, I guess, so.
Is there a motion?
A motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Fleming, please.
This matter having come before the Planning Commission on November 8th, 2022, and there being present a person requesting approval of ZC-2-22, a request for a zone change from R3 to R8 zoning district. The applicant is Richard and Susan Bennett. The location is a property east of Honeysuckle Drive, west of East Shorewood Court, on Timber Lane, commonly known as 1095 East Timber Lane in Gardendale Acre Tracts. First findings B1 through B7 are that we had an open forum, that we've had input from the community, and that we've had a posting on this. B8, that this proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plan policies as follows. We've met objective C1.1. We fostered broad and based and inclusive community involvement for actions affecting businesses and residents to promote community unity and involvement. And objective C1 3.1, we support the efforts to preserve existing housing stock and provide opportunities for new affordable and workforce housing, that being the duplex, my guess. Growth and development, develop a mix of land uses, which this is absolutely within that boundary. And then finally, to ensure appropriate high-quality infrastructure to accommodate community needs and future growth. B9, that public facilities and utilities are available and adequate for the proposed use. This is based on input from all of our different entities, and that Hoffman Water will serve, has approved or will serve, not the Coeur d'Alene Waters. B10, that the physical characteristics of the site do make it suitable for the request at this time. It is already a proven household area, flat, no major issues with it. We will take the easement issue out of it. That will come up during reviews. It does not sound like that is something that they are counting upon. And B11, that the proposal would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, since he is very dedicated to this area and seems to want to just enhance it, and/or existing land uses. And there will be limited traffic coming out of these 3 units. And I would say that we should go ahead with the R8. In conclusion, the Planning Commission, pursuant to the aforementioned, finds the request of Richard and Susan Bennett for a zone change as described in the application should be approved.
Motion by Fleming, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by McCracken.
There's no interest in a management agreement?
No,
In a what?
management agreement,
Development agreement?
Well, I'm,
Development agreement.
development agreement.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Development.
Motion on the table. Has a second. First, what we do is see if it carries.
I think there's discussion, Mr. Chair, is there not?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. I will not support this motion. The individual came in and asked specifically for certain 3 structures. The only way you get it would be to change the zoning to R8. Then then that runs with the property, no matter who owns it, can do whatever they want under that condition. We had somebody come and testify that, that they didn't want higher density there. The proposer himself said that he would be happy with the agreement, at least the conditions of the 3. And I think that it would be in the city's interest and the neighbor's interest to just provide him what he needs, as opposed to making it R8, so you can have, I don't know how many duplexes you can have there. I cannot support this. Thank you.
I'd make a comment short. I agree with Commissioner Lutrip on this, that I believe a development agreement would benefit the neighborhood, as well as what the applicant stated himself. He's willing to do that because, again, we're here to talk about a zone change and not what can be presented to us or what can happen in the future, we don't know. But whatever might happen, if we change this to an R8 without some guidelines, anything can happen. So that I wouldn't support this motion as presented
But-
right now myself.
I could call for roll call, and we'd see whether the motion lives or dies. I'd first ask the presenter of the motion
I'll
to
go
see if
ahead
you'd be
and extend it,
amenable, if
Lenny.
you'd be amenable to amend the motion to include the development agreement that would subject the number of units to the 3 proposed.
Let's move on. I will go ahead and revise my closing statement and say that we will do a condition of approval of an R8 change from an R3 to R8 on the basis of a development agreement based on 1 single-family dwelling and 1 duplex unit on this specific lot.
Thank you for that amendment to the motion. Is there a re-second to the amended motion?
Yeah, I guess I have a question for Randy. Would it be possible for the owner to deed restrict their lot to that density? Or is a developer agreement the only way to do that?
Yeah, I think that would be more complicated than
It'd be
a
more
simple
complicated.
development agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess I'll second. I mean,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. A motion by Fleming, second by McCracken. Roll call, Shanna, please.
Can I, before we do a roll call, John, I want to make clear, are we talking about what Lynn's motion has been amended to, or her first motion?
First motion amended.
The first motion is tabled. The amended motion is the one that we're voting on that has a second. That would be all of the findings that
It's a condition.
Commissioner Fleming's articulated, with the added caveat that a development agreement be included that would limit the number of units to 3, which is a single family and the duplex.
Okay, I got one question for staff. I know, Randy, with that development agreement, is it the development agreement have to be what we said, or Commissioner Fleming said, or is it the standard adopted development agreement?
Well, under the ordinance, city council is the body that approves any development agreement. So what you are doing is recommending a development agreement with a particular condition. That is not necessarily what will ultimately be approved by city council. Staff will work with the applicant to develop a proposed agreement that would go to council, and then council would act on it. They could change the agreement, they could reject it, or they could approve it.
But staff would prepare that development agreement with Commissioner Fleming's condition in that. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carries, so that will be a recommendation to go to
Excuse me,
the...
I didn't get a vote.
Oh,
Messina. I'm sorry.
Yes.
He's voiceless today.
so with that, the Commission's recommendation to City Council will be that of approval. So moving on to the second public hearing, Tammy Stroud, if you would
You guys are pushing me right out there.
present our next hearing, which is a special use permit for a storage and warehousing special use permit on .79 acres parcel at 301, 601, 603, and 609 East Best Avenue for R.C. Worse and Company. Tammy, thank you.
Thank you. Get the right one to open up here. All right, good evening, Commissioners. So this evening, we have a request for a storage and warehouse special use permit. The applicant today is R.C. Worse & Company, and the engineer consultant is Olson Engineering. So the special use permit is to allow for warehouse storage use in the C-17 zoning district, and it would allow for the expansion of a storage yard for R.C. Worse & Company. The property is located at 601, 603, and 609 East Best. 609 East Best is where their storage yard currently is, and they want to expand that onto 2 additional lots. So this request encompasses 3 lots. This is a location map. So this is the outline of the property. It's along Best Avenue, and 6th Place is located here. 6th Street is here. So this is an aerial photo of the property. First, I'll point out R.C. Worse Company is located here. The applicant will give you a little more history on it, but they've been in business since the early 50s. So R.C. Worse is a plumbing company. They are proposing to store related supplies and equipment in a storage yard, such as pipes, pumps, and other related items. So they are not proposing any structures on the property other than existing storage yard containers. So this is the outline of the subject property here. This is where they've got the existing storage yard and they want to expand it. These 2 structures are currently gone, they've been removed. This is a bird's eye view of the property outlined here. Again, this is R.C. Worse Company storage yard, which is existing, and they want to expand it onto all 3 lots. And this is Best Avenue. So there are 3 required findings for this requested special use permit. Finding B8A, that this proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So the future land use map designates this as retail center corridor place type. And you can see the subject property is in this area, and this is the retail center corridor area, all in this purple, and it's outlined here. This gives you a little better look at the future land map, the neighborhood context. So this is the retail center corridor located again in the purple, and the subject property is here. So the retail center corridor is places that are primarily car-oriented destinations for retail services. They have service uses, hotels, motels, restaurants along the major streets. Locations are often developed with large format retail uses with some small infill commercial development, typically 1 to 3 stories. Places are typically not walkable and generally have limited civic or other public uses, but because they are often located along major arterials, they may be served by transit. So they're typically located around C-17, C-17L zone properties as well. Finding B8B, that the design, planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. So land uses in the area are single-family residential to the north of the subject properties and single-family dwellings to the east and the west. There are some commercial uses to the south, Lyle's Enterprises, Food Truck Court on the south along Best Avenue, and other established commercial businesses. Bestland Senior Living Community, which are senior apartments, are also located on the northwest of the subject property along Best. As far as natural features of the site, this is the outline of the subject property. It is flat. Here's some topography, contours, and there's a little change there, but not much. So I've taken a few site photos to give you an idea of what the neighborhood looks like. So this is a site photo looking at 2 of the lots on the subject property. So this is from Best Avenue, looking south toward the subject property. And you can see there's an existing fence here, and then the single-family resident that I mentioned. Now, between the fence and the single-family, there is a small alley that runs along here. And then this is the other portion of the request, and I'll show you another photo. So this is looking northeast at the subject property from Best Avenue, and again, this is comprised of 3 lots. This is the existing storage yard, and then they're going to expand that and include 2 more lots. This is looking from North Street, looking toward the subject properties with the existing storage yard furthest away, and this is Best Avenue. And that is looking from Best Avenue at their existing storage yard. And this is from 6th Place, looking west, and you can see what they've got stored here on their property. So this is looking northwest at the single-family dwelling unit that is directly behind the existing storage yard here. And this is another site photo looking west at the subject properties along Best Avenue, and this is 6th Street. And this is looking at the RC Worst, their principal business with their storage yard from Best Avenue. Another look at the business that is just to the east of the storage yard. This is a site photo looking south from the subject property at the Food Truck Court and some other commercial businesses. And as I mentioned, Lyle's Enterprises, which has been there for quite some time, is located directly across the street. This is a zoning map showing the current zoning. The red indicates commercial properties, so this is outlined in the red, C-17 and C-17 here, and the green is the R-12, the residential zoning. And I believe I mentioned this property does abut a single-family dwelling here and here with the R-12 zoning district. This is the land use map. As I mentioned, the single families have been removed, so this is vacant property now. There are single-family dwellings surrounding this property with commercial uses across the street along Best. Senior apartments are located here. So I've included the conceptual site plan. Typically, the city does what we call a project review. That was held on June 30th. So staff went through and met with the applicant and discussed their proposed use. They did propose to provide some buffers, 6-foot side obscuring fence around the entire property. Our C-17, C-17L design guidelines and standards require a buffer yard. And so along this area, a 10-foot buffer yard is going to be required, and then a 6-foot buffer yard around the other areas. They're proposing to have an approach here with a security gate, and the existing approach is here, and this will all be paved. Finding B8C, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing street public facilities and services. So city staff did review this proposed request during a project review, and then we discussed this a few times for this special use permit request. Each department indicated that there are adequate public facilities and utilities available for the proposed use with no objections. And as far as traffic, Chris Bosley did provide comments. He said that the ITE trip generation manual could generate approximately 23 trips per day. So that's what the estimate is for this. And with the east parcel already being used for storage, the additional area for storage is not expected to result in a substantial increase in traffic. And likely the trips would be very short, so they didn't have any issues with that, and it would be minimal impact to the traveling public. So there are some recommended conditions. There are, I believe, a total of 11 conditions on this, and staff is going to add one more. So we have conditions from the planning department. As I mentioned, we're going to require the buffer yard, the 10-foot buffer between the residential zone, and then the 6-foot buffer yard all the way around the property. We are also going to add that we want a condition that they would provide the 6-foot side obscuring fence. And then you'll see on the remaining list, engineering has provided some conditions regarding sidewalks, curb ramps, and let's see, existing curb ramps must be brought into compliance to ADA standards. Urban Forestry has provided some conditions dealing with street trees and where they can be planted and the type of trees. And then wastewater has also provided conditions, and then the additional one, condition number 12, dealing with the 6-foot side obscuring fence. Any questions for staff?
I do. I have one question. This is a commercial operation. They're expanding, they're growing. Kudos, need more storage. But I am concerned that we have the small street, the 6th place, which their building stretches down deep. That's a residential street, but there's cross-traffic, obviously. What I am concerned about is that at 6th Street, that is all residential except this end corner. Why would we not circuit the drop-off and pick-up out onto the main street instead of cross-traffic into a stop sign that's trying to enter and exit? These are sometimes big trucks, and I'd rather see them out on Best rather than into a residential stop sign zone. And, you know, keep the one that's on 6th Place, which makes sense because they're coming off of the main office building straight across, and that would be the natural point where they're going to walk people or drive people across. But to go, and I understand the pull-through idea with big trucks, but you're pulling into a residential street. And that worries me. I mean, I'm concerned about that when you're talking about as many trips as we're going to be doing in this day. So that would be my flag, and I know there's 2 power poles there, so they'd have to go through between 2 power poles. But I would rather see them out on Best, heading in the right direction to the freeways, so.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Ward?
Yeah, Tammy, let me ask you, I understand this use has been here a long time. There were probably chickens and cows off of Best when this thing was established. But in the recommendation, it stated this is an existing non-conforming use. Why is it non-conforming today?
Storage yard.
So the property owner, and he can give you a little more background and history. So I believe that they have been running their operation since the 50s, I'm trying to find, in this area. And probably over time, they expanded onto this yard. And it just has been going on for a while. Then they came to us and asked if they could expand it. And at that time, then we recognized that it was not a conforming use, and that the only way they could do it was to go through a special use permit, because it's not a principal use. Because there's a street separating this principal activity from this activity, it couldn't be incidental. It's not on the same lot. So since it's separate, they have to go through the special use permit process.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we'll move on here in a second. Thank you for your presentation, Tammy. I forgot to poll the commission to see if there's any conflicts. Are there any conflicts? Hearing none, thank you. I'm going to try this mass swearing in again. So if I could get the applicant to stand, as well as I have 3 people that intend to come up and testify. Could I get you to stand, please? And raise your right hand, and I'm going to ask that if you do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much for that. The applicant is, would you come forward, sir? Could I get you to state your name and city for the record, please?
I am Jeremy Terzulli. I am a project coordinator with Olson Engineering based out of Post Falls, Idaho.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So Tammy did a great job of teeing this up. A little background on R.C. Wurst and Company. So R.C. Wurst, locally owned company. They're currently managed by multiple generations of the Wurst family. They've been mainstays in the community at this location since the 50s, and I've bullet pointed some of the sort of the background bringing us up to present day, that in the 50s they started as a contracting company, were heavily involved in a few of the major subdivisions, the Brown Edition, the Wurst Edition, throughout the area. Purchased roughly 11 acres on Best Avenue around 1955. They used a repurposed naval building from Farragut and an old Texaco station as their office until 1971. Built that warehouse on Best Avenue in the 70s, and then they sort of zeroed in on the specialty pumping sales and service in the 70s, and that they kind of got out of the contracting game altogether, and that's what they do to this day. Built the existing office in the early 2000s at that location, and then in expanding on Tammy's comment with regard to the conformity, non-conforming use. So the idea here is they probably expanded into that yard somewhere in that gray area before, when it would have been maybe not as looked at as critically. If they were expanding on the same block that they currently exist on, it would be considered a accessory use to the principal retail use, and it would be an outright allowed use. But it is that delineation of the city street and the fact that the storage yard is across the city street that makes the need. And we had some back and forth with city staff. Our read was it was accessory to the principal use. They said, heck no, you got to go through the special use permit, so that's why we're here. So there is a 3D image from Google Maps. It's pretty much the same as Tammy's, so we'll move through this pretty quickly. I did zoom out a little bit to kind of show its proximity to Interstate 90, the 6-lane road section of 4th Street as it funnels onto the interstate, more higher intense commercial uses in the major retail centers on Appleway. And then as you move east on Best Avenue, the industrial/commercial uses start to fizzle out a little bit as you move east into the older neighborhoods here. And then there becomes kind of a hodgepodge of uses as we move east, with these kind of the remaining 4 residential uses along Best Avenue between the intersection of 4th and Best and R.C. Wurst and Company. So zooming back in, this is sort of a more detailed version of the one that Tammy provided. It shows some of the improvements that are going to be proposed. Let me go back 1, 2. So you can see here, the sidewalk ends in front of the recently removed residences, and we're being required to and proposing to extend that sidewalk for connectivity through the intersection and around the corner. As Tammy pointed out, pretty stringent requirements when a use like this does abut a residential zoning. So we've got the site obscuring fence around the entire perimeter, shown in pink. The green area does show that vegetation buffer. One thing I will point out is they're going to have to pave this yard, not currently paved. And when you pave a yard, you do have to provide stormwater remediation and stormwater treatment. That swale is being proposed right here, which will add additional buffer because no activity is allowed within that swale. That's for stormwater treatment. So there'll be roughly 25 to 30 feet from the property line here to the paved area here. And so I've taken a satellite image and tried to overlay our proposal so you could see how it interfaces with those properties to the north. This one shows the satellite view. I tried to overlay with a little bit of transparency so that you can see how that's going to line out with the alley here, the alley turning that way. Vegetation buffer, fence, swale, alley, vegetation buffer, fence. The proposal is to move those storage containers that are here over to this corner there as we work through the site plan. So regarding the conditions of approval, I felt that staff report did a good job of pointing out some of the goals and policies, and so rather than be redundant, we felt that it was in the C-17 zoning, that it is a use allowed through special use permit or would be outright allowed if it was contiguous with its primary use. It does show up on the future land use map as retail center and corridor, which is the proposed use. Design and planning of the site, is it compatible with the location setting of the existing adjacent properties? It currently operates as the R.C. Wurst storage yard. R.C. Wurst has been located there and operating in that manner for several decades. There's a majority of commercial uses as you expand out on that bigger view right in that corridor as they get more intense, or rather they get more intense as they move west and towards the interstate. The existing non-conforming use will be brought up to the adopted standards today, which do include that site obscuring fence, the vegetation buffer. I thought it noteworthy that their operating hours are currently 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So no use there on the weekends, very little use there outside of those operating hours. In addition to the visual buffer, the vegetation can also provide sound dampening along Best Avenue. The location design, the size, can adequately be served by streets and public facilities. Eliminating the direct access off of Best is something that the city engineer and the city staff recommended, and I think are requiring a redesign of that if deemed necessary. Would really not be that much of a problem. We'd have to work through that.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt? Could you repeat what you said about the?
It was my suggestion that
so
they enter onto Best as they exit the yard.
So we've got it as a pull-through right now,
Yeah,
but
they have a
that was, it was designed that way. I think it was directed by city staff to design it that way.
It's easy to pull through for a truck.
Well, I believe that city staff tries to eliminate on these commercial corridors as much direct access as possible and funnel it in certain directions.
Then we're entering into a residential street.
It was not our design. It was driven by comments by city engineers.
While we're on the subject, though, if I could, sorry to interrupt, but.
It's okay.
Hypothetically, if this were to proceed with a motion for approval and a commission member added a condition that access come directly off of Best, you would be amenable to that?
Yeah, we would certainly consider it and work through it and check out the logistics of that. And if we felt that we couldn't make that work from an engineering standpoint, I believe we'd have to come back before this commission and amend that.
Thank you.
And then I did see that the trip generation manual, and one thing I wanted to point out about that is that assumes a new storage yard use here, those chip generations. And I would contend, and it may sound like a reach, but as I thought through this, I don't think it is. I think you will actually see less trips per day because now the retailer is going to going to have the ability to stock more material. So as of right now, he's got limited space. Smaller shipments come in until those shipments are liquidated, freeing up more space. So we could theoretically see actually less trips. In addition to that, somebody shows up for a specialty item that they can't typically stock because they don't have the room. Okay, we'll get that ordered, come back next week when it comes in. So as I thought through that, I thought, well, that's kind of a reach, but the more I thought about it, I don't think so. I think we could actually see less trips in and out of this yard every day. And that the Best Avenue street classification can support the existing and the proposed use. And then in addition, I wanted to point out that one of the commissioners up here, the last time I was here, made a recommendation that I might want to go out and start talking to some people. And the very next public hearing I had in Post Falls, I did that. I knocked on about 60 doors, and it was extremely helpful. And so I did that this evening as well. I went around and I talked to the neighbors directly to the north that would be most severely impacted by this. They do have some concerns. I'm going to allow them to articulate those concerns because I believe that they plan to speak tonight. Did want to point out that we've opened some dialogue and concerns about fence placement if approved, concerns about the visual blocking and the noise blocking. Wanted to let them know that that dialogue is open. If you decide to approve this use, we'll continue that dialogue, and our firm is more than willing to work with them through the design phase of this. So with that, any questions?
Questions of the applicant? Commissioner Ward.
Just a couple of things if I could. This is not like a retail plumbing supply, so I assume that you have these materials you store being shipped out to the sites where they're going to be used. Is that something that usually occur between 8 and 9, or could it be throughout the day?
I'm not the owner of the site, I just represent the owner, but my understanding is, yeah, it's an ongoing process. They come in, employees show up at about 7, open that gate, get ready for retail. They have shipments that come and go throughout the day.
Okay. I guess one other thing, and that is the surrounding fencing, is that, other than the landscaping, is that obscured in some way? Or is it strictly a chain link fence for security?
Definitionally, it's a site obscuring fence. So chain link with privacy slats is one acceptable.
Okay.
Solid vinyl fencing, although not as secure, probably wouldn't be
I
used
understand.
because it's more residential. CMU block wall would be appropriate.
Okay. I guess the final thing is, like Commissioner Fleming, I have a real concern about that driveway on the east side, but I agree with staff. We don't want more exits going out on the best, so I'm not sure how we'll deal with that. That's an issue that come up during the discussion, I think. Thank you for your answer.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you. You'll get a chance for some rebuttal after other testimony.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I have a sign-up sheet. I'll go through this. First, folks that signed up, Leslie and Deborah Frank, did not indicate whether they're in favor or opposition, and they selected that they do not wish to testify. Is that correct?
That's correct at this time.
Thank you. I have a Mike Riedel. Did I pronounce that at all correct? And you did not indicate in favor or opposition and indicated you do not wish to testify. Is that correct? Thank you. Next, I have Lynn and Wade Morrow. Did not indicate whether you're in favor or opposition, but did reflect that you want to testify, and I swore you in. Would you like to come forward? Perhaps redundant, but would you start with your names? You can do this together. That's great.
Yeah.
You can do it individually either.
No, we can do it together.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Name and city, please.
Lynn Morrow.
Wade Morrow.
Coeur d'Alene.
Coeur d'Alene.
Thanks. Please. 5 minutes.
Okay. I have some concerns. We live at 2617 North 6th Place. The fence is one of the concerns. The fence, it separates their yard currently. And so I would like that to be left because we have animals, either that or we would have to put up a fence right there. And then I'm with Ms. Fleming on the trucks coming and going. Especially in the winter, because all of their employees park on both sides, as you could see in one of those photos. And then the semis come down and then go into their yard. So in the winter, it creates one lane, if even that. And then when they can't even come down and plow. So it's like, that's one of my concerns. So.
As the gentleman said before, I understand this building's growing and expanding, but when you outgrow an area, especially with the parking and stuff, and we're talking 40-foot trucks are coming in down Sixth Place, and right where you can see a 2617 trying to turn into the back of their yard. So they're also manufacturing. They're taking pumps and building them. So back to that earlier thing, let's clarify what we're actually doing. We're storing, but we are building things. So that in essence is manufacturing. But we'd heard through the neighborhood that part of that was going to be some of the parking. I mean, I don't have a problem, and it's nice that they're only there, like you said, from 7 to 5, but it does build a lot of congestion. How big are we going to grow if we outgrown the area we're in? And that buffer that he was talking about, I'd like some clarification. So is that going to be all, grassed, or are we going to, is there storage? Can there be things set there? I mean, I think a few more things need clarified. And as far as there's the privacy slats, they run between our place and down the corner, but they were never out. They're not out in front or down the side. So obviously we weren't following what, and how about vegetation on commercial property? There is none at the moment. There was trees that bordered up to the alley between 6th Street and 6th Place. Those were tore down or taken down a number of years ago. There was 3 trees taken out, and now there's only like 3 of the arborvitae that have spider mites like crazy and are never sprayed. Those things take being sprayed 3 times a year. I just don't want to, we already have enough problems with what we've got in our yard, let alone, if we're going to put up more arborvitae for this that works for a deadening, sound deadening. I don't want to having to be the person that foots the bill to keep them sprayed, so us and other neighbors aren't taking care of it. I don't know about anybody else, but we finally, after 10, 12 years between the work of all the neighbors, have got the, alley under control, keeping it sprayed so everything ain't taken over our property.
I do have one other thing to say too. If that is going to continue to have trucks going down, I think, or I don't know how I go about it, but I'd like to put in something that, street signs that say no overnight truck parking, because trucks come in there and park overnight and run their trucks all night, and I get up, I have to be to work at 4 o'clock in the morning. So then I get no sleep because they're right here, and I can hear them in our bedroom running all night long.
Because they're coming long haul.
Well, and that's a
Long haul.
residential street.
Deliveries.
They're coming long haul delivery, so
Yeah.
they're
And they park there all
bedding
night.
down.
And then they come up and ask for water
That's not city
to our house.
approved.
I'm like, didn't know we
Okay,
were a
Noted.
restaurant.
noted.
So,
Is that it?
I think so.
Could I ask, you didn't indicate whether you're in favor or opposition for the record, or are you in favor, or are you opposed?
Or neutral.
Or neutral?
Neutral.
Yes, thank
can
you.
be
Pretty neutral. I'm kind of a little, a little more clarification. I mean, I'm just,
Got it.
I understand things grow and we're getting large. It's just, all of a sudden, you own 2 buildings and you tear them down and gravel it over. It's your property. You can do with what you'd like, but now you tear them down. Now you're proposing something. I think you'd propose it prior to
Thank you.
demolishing 2 living, residents.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Commissioner Ingles, can I ask staff a question?
Yeah, let's
before
bring
the
Tammy.
applicants? Hillary or Randy, regarding the parking for employees with the existing structure and that, and/or, let's say, the trucks on a residential area, where's the city ordinances, or how does that work with previous zoning for parking and more employees?
I'm not sure if Tammy's analyzed it, but I haven't looked at the existing use to figure out their parking. It looks like they have parking
Yeah.
on that, so I don't know if
The
the employees are
Googler shows
choosing
it.
to park on the street because it's more convenient versus
It's
that
filling the
there's not
street,
enough
both sides. You
parking.
can see
I
it on
didn't know if there
Google.
was a, you have so many employees, you gotta, Randy,
There's a requirement for that, which would have been looked at probably in
being
2000 when it was built.
Yeah, there is a requirement for on-site parking, but there's no prohibition, parking limitation in that area that anybody else could park.
We should probably-
And in terms of truck noise, I would encourage people to contact the code enforcement. If it's exceeds the noise limit, then it can be addressed.
but unfortunately, the trucks that I heard the neighbors say is at 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 or 4 in the
Well, they're
morning.
not employees.
No.
No,
they're
they're truckers.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
the city does have rules about truck noise. We've had this come before us on occasion. And it can be, and so if the person has a concern about that, they contact Hillary or somebody in the city, and they can work through that. 'Cause they're,
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
well, just,
Yeah, they could contact planning, they can contact code enforcement, the police department.
Okay, so you
It
look
would
up-
get routed to the right person.
okay, so that is a way they can address it if they wish to. Thank you.
Next up is Kathy Compton. You did not indicate whether you're in favor or opposed or neutral. You do wish to testify. Can you come forward? State your name and city again, please.
Kathy Compton, Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you for giving us a chance. I am the one with the big, long fence that is pretty broken up right now after that big storm the other night. And I really feel like that, part of that was just to the exposure that I've been living with for the past 6 months. It's been miserable, I'm not gonna lie. I used to have birds and squirrels and vegetation and buffer that I don't have any now. So to live with this for the last 6 months in a home that I've lived in for over 30 years has been devastating, beyond words. The light pollution, the noise pollution, the dust pollution, so personally, I am not opposed to this. It's progress. I just think it was the way it was, how it's been gone about. Nobody came to talk to us until tonight. And I think clarification, it was one day, all of a sudden, they demolished the homes that were well-established home with well-established greenery and shrubbery and trees, and we've all been in the dark. I've been over to the worst company a couple times, and just to get clarification, and I have never walked away feeling like I have, you know. I know there's struggles with politics of city business and so forth and so on, so I'm glad this meeting finally happened. I really appreciate what Ms. Fleming said about that. I live on 6th Street, and it's definitely a residential street with lots of kids, lots of animals, lots of, quiet neighborhood stuff. So to have an entrance in on 6th Street is devastating. I agree that it should be out on Best. I don't want to have the trucks in my front yard. It's been, like I said, a terrible 6 months of having no privacy. I've never felt threatened in my home or unsafe until this happened. So I want to see the progress go, and I do like a lot of the proposal. I'd like to be a part of that proposal, which I talked to the engineer about, or he brought it up. He said, we'd like to have you, and it's finally nice to feel like we're valued as neighbors, So the buffers are huge, but I agree with Wade, what he said, they need to take care of those buffers, and that needs to be a maintenance plan for that. And I want it paved. I mean, I want to be a part of the process. I guess that's where I'm going. There's no stopping progress, and kudos to RC Works that they've grown, but I think there's a lot of things to take into account. So it's kind of where I'm coming from. So I implore the city to, let's get the ball rolling. I'm tired of that empty lot. You got drunkards spinning brodies, and, I mean, it's just a matter of time before they come through my fence, which is then my bedroom, so I would like to see it moving along, but I would like to have some impact, and I know my neighbors would too. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Rob Dixon, did not indicate whether you're in favor, opposed, or neutral. Do wish to testify? Rob, you've been sworn in. Jump up there and say your name and city again for me.
Rob Dixon from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Thank you. Proceed. 5 minutes.
Since 1963. I'm right there at 2616 North 6th Street, right beside Kathy. And I would say, yeah, I wouldn't like to have traffic coming on 6th Street. You know, the semis, and which I get Mrs. Fleming there says, you know, I would hate that. I really would, because well, number one, you got kids living right on the corner on what, 6th and Best, and that would just be a headache right there. But I don't know how you're going to put a 40-foot trailer through, if you come off a 6th Place into their parking lot, and then to swing out onto Best Avenue, that might be I'm not sure yet. I mean, maybe they should have, back in 1962, they maybe should have moved it out in the prairie. But that's not going to happen either, is it? But anyways, I guess I'm just here to say, well, I'm with Kathy because, I live right beside her, but yeah, ever since they've taken that down, just the noise and everything. I mean, I've got my patio out there in the back, which you can kind of see it, but it's just it is terrible. I mean, it's we had 2 nice homes right there. You had trees. You had, like she was saying, you had squirrels and birds and whole 9 yards, and then all of a sudden now you don't have anything, So it's just been a, kind of it was odd when they started tearing everything down. It was like, what in the world's going on? We didn't know. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know R.C. Worth owned it. All of a sudden, it had come to 320 and started knocking everything down. So, yeah. I guess that's about it.
Thank you. Could I ask if you're in favor, neutral, opposed?
Well, I don't think they're going to move it. So, you take Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene's only so big, well, you know what I mean. I mean, when are we ever going to stop expanding? I mean, I know. You don't want to hear that. But anyways, I guess you got to be on board with it. I mean, do I really want it? No. Not in my neighborhood. It used to be a neighborhood. Now it's going to be a business. I mean, in a way, a sense. I mean, you're going to tell me, yeah, these guys aren't going to start parking. They park already up down 6th Place, all over the place. Yeah, they're going to jump over to our street. You darn right they will. On 6th Street. There they are over here on 6th Place. You can see the cars. I mean, you have to go down that road sometime.
You can use the mouse and point at the computer.
The what? This? Well, yeah. Well, you see these rigs here? Well, come down Best Avenue someday and just look down there. They are lined up all over there, all up and down that street. And, Lynn's right. You take a snowplow down that. You can't. You're only taking one path probably. Well, yeah, now they're going to jump over here on my street. Okay, so you're going to walk this through here. Yeah, it's just going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy. I don't know what else to say. I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that didn't sign up that would wish to testify on this matter? I invite the applicant to come up and address any rebuttal comments, please.
Again, Jeremy Terzulli with Olson Engineering. Appreciate those comments. And if we are approved, stand by my word that we will keep that dialogue going with these folks. I will point out that this design, very much driven by city staff in that pre-development meeting, with the fence internal, the vegetation buffer on the outside. And speaking with these folks here, they have dogs in the backyard. The fence in its current alignment works way better for them if it gets approved, and I think staff would understand that and be willing to work with us to make some modifications to that. Totally understand the taking down of trees. I think that R.C. Worst needs to plead a little bit of ignorance here in the assumption that this was an accessory to their existing use, and so they began the process, and then they sort of got derailed along the way, realizing that we needed to go through this process before they could do that. And that's when our firm got integrated into this project. And so yeah, as far as a privacy fence, city staff is requiring, and the conditions require to go around the entire perimeter of the property as shown on this exhibit. The only area where a vegetation buffer is not being proposed is at the gated areas. If we need to work with city staff to address some comments and look at coming out on Best Avenue, we kind of are in a battle there with the city engineer, the street department, and how they see ingress and egress out of this parcel. I understand the concerns of these residents up here. I really do. We'd like to work with them and not against them if this gets approved. And this is going to sound incredibly adversarial, and I don't mean it to, so just let me preface it by saying that it is not. But if this lot cannot stay a storage lot and R.C. Worst outgrows their existence on this entire block, they're going to have to relocate somewhere else, maybe perhaps into one of the industrial parks, maybe out on the prairie, something to that effect. This parcel will likely go up for sale. It will be sold at highest and best use. Highest and best use in the C-17 zoning in our current real estate market means it'll be sold for apartments. That's just a fact. And I really don't mean, like R.C. Worst hasn't indicated, nobody has said, well, if we get denied, this is what we'll do. I think we will continue to try to work with the adjacent property owners to come up with a solution that works for everybody. Maybe we can talk to the street department and see about signing the street, parking for residents only, something to that effect. I'm genuinely saying we want to try to work with these guys. I think it is, for R.C. Worst, it's the best use of the property right now. Relocating this storage yard elsewhere and keeping the retail office down here seems inefficient and counterproductive. It's a bit of a pickle, and like to indicate that we want to continue to work with these residents, keep that dialogue going, and perhaps staff could weigh in on restricting parking along these residential streets is something that can be accomplished. They do have plenty of parking for employees and patrons. I can zoom out, and so you can see they have plenty of parking. I would assume it's a convenience thing as to why they park on the street. Any additional questions?
Questions of Jeremy?
I don't have a question, Jeremy, but Hillary, the not going off of Best, that's Chris Bosley's department more than.
Yes, I wasn't involved in that project review meeting, and neither was Tammy. So
And
I
neither
don't.
was I, because Daniel's no longer with the company,
Right,
and I
so-
absorbed this halfway through, but my understanding is that was driven by comments from the city engineer.
And that's something that it could be evaluated. I mean, if you want to put something in there, maybe don't say it has to be off of Best, but maybe it's something that they could work through with city staff on the feasibility of having the access off of Best Avenue instead of on Sixth Street.
Okay,
I mean, the one already exists on Sixth Place, but.
okay, and when will this go to city council?
This is a special use permit, so this is the purview of Planning Commission.
That doesn't go anywhere
Does not go to
else.
council
Unless appealed.
unless appealed.
And we can make conditions, or,
Yes, you can.
okay, just to clarify that, thank you.
And the other issue to consider is the street trees along Best, which might cause vision obstructions or difficulty coming in and out off of Best. We'd have to check with Chris and the urban forester to see what was going on with that.
So would we put a condition on it, on a feasibility study and it would come back to us? Like if the ingress egress question off Best, if that's important enough, and the parking issue on 6th Street and 6th Place. I
think,
understand that's a code enforcement, but could we also put it as a condition or something on the property owner too, that there's absolutely no parking on that southernmost block before it's residential? Or, I mean, how do we do this since it's a special use permit? Do we put a condition on it so it comes back to us?
Not generally, no. Generally, you would have it so the condition's something that they would just work through with staff through the process. So this has the site development permit, some other things it has to work through with staff. So we would make that evaluation based on the conditions if approved. And then the parking one, we'd have to work with the city engineer on that and determine if that's feasible. We tend to not like to do resident-only parking areas, but maybe we can get RC Worst to talk to their employees and have them do the enforcement on that, as well as the trucks idling overnight. I mean, just to be a good neighbor. Those would be things that they could hopefully help implement.
Right.
So we could essentially move that this access off Best is conditional upon the approval of the city engineer. So we're not saying do it. We're saying, asking the city engineer to work through it if at all possible.
Right, that would be
And
the-
urban forestry, because we don't,
Yeah, we're
correct.
their team, yeah.
I have a question just on the process for the parking. Since this building was built quite a while ago, so the parking was calculated for their staff size and their business use at that time. Could we, as a condition of the parking, ask them to recalculate it as of today and then, if needed, make off-street parking within those two parcels for their staff? I mean, could that be a condition?
That's an underutilized parking lot, I could tell you right now.
I mean, it probably
could-
is,
It
but-
could have double stack parking, it's not even utilized properly. They just have that huge swath, but that's probably for the turning radius for the big
Right.
trucks. So they gotta have swing room to get around and in and out.
I mean, there's a reason why people are parking on the
There's
street.
tons of parking there, but.
Easier.
And/or
Lazy.
the trucks need to get around.
Lazy, yeah.
So I think what I'm hearing from staff, what would be realistic to do is the condition is really on the special use permit. So an added condition, if we saw fit, would be a condition upon the applicant to continue a dialogue with staff on issues of parking, access, and urban forestry. Commissioner Ward.
You know, I hate to be in a situation where you're trying to stop a long-time business, 70 years it's been here, whatever, and you want to see it prosper and grow. That's what we're all about. But at the same time, if this came before us as a brand-new application, which is basically open lot storage on Best Avenue, we would probably all turn it down, that it's not compatible with what's there today. It's not the case, and I don't want to say that we should do that. But there are a lot of concerns I heard, and the gentleman did say he met with the neighbors earlier. But now he's heard all the concerns that they have, and I'll be honest, traffic is huge. Noise of tractor trailers, landscaping, fumes. I noticed the material is stacked, it's above the 6-foot-high fence. And I'd be more inclined to say, rather than us put 20 conditions on it, we defer the application, let them meet with the owners, and bring back something to us that they says, that they believe addresses the situation. And, I mean, I don't think you can satisfy all the neighbors, but certainly make an effort at doing that. And that would be the way I would rather see this go right now.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No, I just want to make the comment that there's been times we've talked here as a group, about having too much parking.
Well, maybe we should, John, if I can
Just
make,
what I'm
yeah, John, if you can just close public testimony.
Do you have anything further?
Yeah, I just, we're kind of, got about 3 or 4
Please.
different veins of conversation going here, and so, as far as conditioning with access off of Best, we are gonna have to defer to Streets and the engineer, and if he says, that's not what I want, we kind of get stuck between a rock and a hard place, so I would ask that if that condition is brought forth, that we defer and say perhaps the commission would prefer that, but if the city engineer feels that's not feasible, that the whole application isn't denied, and we're kind of in a weird spot there on how to address that. Yeah, and then to someone else's point, as far as working with the homeowners, we're happy to do that, but it does also come down to a policing issue, and I don't mean specifically the men in badges, but how is it to be enforced? As far as, we can ask RC Worst to tell their employees we're gonna park on our own lot. We can certainly recalculate the parking, we've got plenty, but when this was approved, the parking calcs were what they were, and most people usually don't go back and redesign their parking lot until it becomes problematic. Forcing them to park on site may create that issue, like, okay, it's problematic, we need to reconfigure this parking lot.
Bless you.
Then we're stuck with the truck drivers, right, the long-haul truck drivers, and not all of those guys, or most of those guys speak English, because I do a lot of work, and so getting them to understand, dude, I know it's cold, and I know you're 6 hours ahead of schedule, but you can't sit here on a residential street idling. It's like, how is that enforced? And when speaking with the woman earlier this evening, to her point, her husband's sleeping. Do I wake him up? I'm not gonna go out to a truck driver, knock on his window and say, what gives? I know I would, but I understand her plight as well. That's a tough one. Yeah, I guess this is more dialogue now, and that's not what this is about. I guess I would just ask that we're real careful with any conditions, that we can meet said conditions, that they're very specifically outlined, I guess would be my comment.
Did I hear you say that if you were required to have access off Best as opposed to Sixth, that you would not be agreeable to that?
It's, how do I articulate what I'm trying to say? We would be agreeable to redesign it in accordance with that. However, at the end of the day, the city engineer and the street departments are gonna decide or have their comments on that design, and if they come back and say, no, access off of Sixth Street makes more sense for our master transportation plan and our transportation network, we'll make every effort to comply with that requirement, but if we get shot down at a staff level, we're sort of stuck.
But that's sort of their responsibility, the city engineer's responsibility to make a determination. We can, as a board here, whatever motion we have, I suspect our motion will be along the lines to ask the city engineer to make a best effort to do what we think it might be appropriate. But if they say no, for the safety of the city and our residents and my responsibility as a city engineer, I proclaim we need to do this. And that is something you will have to live with, and I think we would too.
I guess I'm not following what you're saying. So you would condition, if you decide to place that condition, it would be, if city engineer says that's a no-go, then we would have to revise our proposal, and perhaps we come back with a loop around the whole thing, exiting back off onto Sixth Place, that would be a hard and fast on your part, not a condition that says make every effort to work with the city.
I'm one of 6. I know that when we go through this, I put my faith and confidence in what the city engineer says. We have some very good ideas up here, but from an engineering standpoint, they may not be valid enough. But if the city engineer, in my opinion, if the city engineer says A, then we should do A. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm good. Are you guys good?
Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
With that, we close public hearing.
Can I say one more thing? Sorry. No?
Public
No,
testimony is
it's
closed.
closed.
Thank you very much. Let me just throw out a thought before I open it for dialogue and discussion. But, to me, we have, something that's a little before us that's maybe a little bit uncertain. Commissioner Fleming raised a good point, access off of 6th or Best versus 6th. We don't really know whether that would be recommended by the city engineer as far as access directly off of Best in terms of turning in and out of there. To me, it seems we got a couple of approaches here. If we're otherwise, comfortable and supportive of this, we could add the condition such that the applicant continue to work with city staff on issues of parking, access, urban forestry, and leave it at that. As I think Commissioner Luthrop said, that's a good faith that the neighborhood, the city continue to work on a dialogue together. If the commission is otherwise supportive, the question to me, to you all, is that a strong enough condition that you feel the city engineer and city staff are going to work with all involved to come up with the best outcome? If you're not confident in that, then you have a couple of choices. You deny it, or you could deny it without prejudice to where it would facilitate coming back quicker and easier with things worked out to where you see it in great detail. So discussion?
Yeah, based on that, I'm sort of inclined to follow Commissioner Ward's suggestion, which is usually when we put conditions, it's either on staff recommendation or it's something very specific that we actually can measure if it's adhered to or not. So asking, and without the engineers here and without understanding that vantage point, and I'm not disagreeing with it, it seems like it's sort of a weak condition. I'd rather have that resolved with an analysis, come back to us, and then we can actually have a condition that has some teeth in it, because best effort's not really a condition. Typically, our conditions are much more specific and concrete. So my inclination would be continue to work on the boundaries with the north neighbors and the ingress egress issue and the parking issue. And then, to have a more full proposal with those 3 issues resolved, or with proposed conditions from the staff, come back to us.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I think the parking, we don't know what time of day any of these photos were taken. It would probably be a fairly quick discussion with the city on just saying, okay, here's where you're at. The neighbors have said there's an issue, so there's something there, but it needs more offline, maybe conversation. And to come back with, instead of, I think it's this or I think it's that, just like, we've looked at it and here's where everybody agrees, I guess, so.
Other discussion?
I would agree. Oh, go ahead.
I agree as well, what you just heard. One thing I'd point out, and for the applicant or the engineer to talk to RC Worst regarding what was there and what fencing was there, just to the neighbors who are facing a empty lot right now, not knowing how long this might take for them to do anything. And this is not anything about a condition or anything, perhaps a temporary fence, at least along the property line on the empty lot until, they figure it out. It might be nice to fence off the whole property, but that's not anything I'm saying you can do or should do. It's not a city requirement, but, as far as the safety measure on empty lots, I'm in construction, so I understand what happens to empty lots, especially in areas where, so that's just something I'm throwing out there. But I'd go along with the rest of the commissioners who said right now.
So what this would require is us rejecting this without prejudice?
If I may interrupt, so you can table it
Tabling?
Table.
Tabling
So
is
tabling is an
op-
option that could certainly allow for that time, that dialogue, discussion with staff to answer the questions and bring back a slightly refined
That's a-
proposal. And you can continue to date certain. We could do it for the January meeting, I think would probably be the most viable at this time.
Well, I would agree.
That may sound like the consensus of what I think I'm reading here, rather than a denial without prejudice, tabling to gather more information, get some more feedback from the city engineer and the parking and city forester and whatnot. Continued dialogue between the applicant and the neighborhood and the city. Bring back something in January. So we wouldn't do findings or anything tonight. We would have a motion that would say we would wish to table this until the January hearing.
I'll make a motion to table this until the January
Mr.
hearing.
Fleming.
But I've got one more thing I want to
All
point
right,
out.
sorry.
I think, put it on worst, that they also analyze how the trucks enter, how they exit, how they hold, show us how the traffic flows, so that we can maximize the use of the lot, but also protect the adjacencies. And I think that's where I see a fail. I want to see how those trucks go through, how they're exiting, how long is the truck bed, because we don't know what the turning radius are. Maybe they should be entering off of, the side street and making their curve around, and landscape the heck out of this thing and make the fences really not being able to see above the fence with material. So I think what we need is more information on flow of goods, flow of trucks, and how do we protect the neighborhood? Because it is residential. And the interface between the two needs to be raised up. And Tammy built that into this with the site obscuring fences, and forestry's brought in trees. But we need more specificity. I don't think just a run through it is done. So I think, yes, tabling is the best route at this point.
So is there a motion to that effect?
We have a motion, we just need a second. I'll second.
He
I
motioned,
made-
he motioned before I said anything.
Commissioner Messina made a motion to table till January, is that correct?
I made a motion to table to January, adding that motion to whatever Commissioner Fleming just said as well. But we're going to table this until January. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Someone already seconded
I'll
it,
second.
right? I just want to make a comment. Can we make it a date certain, specific meeting, so people here know, in case they don't get contacted, when to be here?
January meeting is?
January 10th.
January 10th.
Okay, I make the motion to postpone this meeting to January 10th.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Or do we need a roll call? Yeah. All right, thank you. That's been
Thank you.
adjourned, tabled rather. Thank you for your participation. Let's move on to our next public hearing. Mike Bahiri will present a PUD 3-19M1 modification of the Union Planned Unit Development. Please proceed, Mike. Okay.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. This is a public hearing for item PUD-3-19M1 and S-4-19M1. The applicant is Active West LLC, and the engineer is HMH Engineering. There are two requests before you tonight. The first one is the proposed modification to allow Lot 24 of the Union PUD to split into 10 residential and 1 mixed-use lot, and a modification and replat of the preliminary plat of the Union PUD subdivision. Property is located immediately east of the intersection of BB Boulevard and Union Drive, and legal notice was published in the Coeur d'Alene Press on October 22nd, 2022, and all other required notifications have been made. This is the list of the modification request. The front setback, 10 feet rather than 20 feet. This is the same request as was approved in the original PUD. A rear setback of 8 feet rather than 25 feet. This is also the same request as was approved in the original PUD. Side yard setback of 5 feet rather than 5 and 5 rather than 5 and 10 as required for lots without alleys. This was also the same request as was approved in the original PUD. The unit types, twin homes, which is a 0 feet shared wall rather than 5 feet, This is also the same request as was approved in the original PUD. So the minimum lot area is 1,730 square feet rather than 2,175 square feet that was approved in the original PUD, and the minimum lot frontage of 21 feet rather than 27 feet that was approved in the original PUD. Right-of-way width of 34 feet rather than 55 feet. This is also the same request as was approved. Sidewalk on one side of the street. This is also the same as the first PUD. This one, the minimum building height, single family and duplex, is 40 feet rather than 32 feet. This modification was not requested in the original PUD, so this is a new request. The mixed-use lot, lot 35, the rear yard of 5 feet rather than 8 feet. That was originally approved in the PUD, and the side yard of 3 feet rather than 5 feet, that was approved in the original PUD. These are the modification requests for this lot 24. Property is located here, highlighted in red. You can see here's a zoom-in aerial photograph of it. This is BB Boulevard, Union Drive, it goes through here. This is the Hampton Inn. Here's a bird's eye view looking southeast. The property is highlighted here in white. Centennial Trail's located here. This is BB Boulevard. So we'll go into the findings for the PUD findings first, and then we'll go into the subdivision findings. Plan unit development findings, there's 7 findings that must be met. Finding B8A through B8G. And we'll start off with B8A, that this proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. This property is located here, highlighted by this red circle. Here's a close-up aerial or zoom in of that, and the place type for this is planned development place types. So planned development place types are buildings where the building design and scale, transportation, open space, and other elements are approved through the City of Coeur d'Alene's PUD evaluation process. Comprehensive plan and goals and objectives as it relates to this request. Goal 1, develop a mix of land uses throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. An objective, promote mixed-use development and small-scale commercial uses to ensure that neighborhoods have services within walking and biking distance. Goal number 2, ensure appropriate, high-quality infrastructure to accommodate community needs and future growth. The full list of the goals and objectives are on page 9 and 10 of the staff report. The next finding is finding B8B, that the design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. So here's the full site plan of the full Union PUD. This is existing today, and today we're just talking about this area right here. This was originally the lot 24 of the original PUD, and this was the mixed-use lot at that time. The applicant is proposing to discontinue the residential units towards BB Boulevard with one smaller mixed-use lot located here. So this is the area in focus tonight. Here's the lot plan indicating their setbacks, and so they got the 15 on the front, or 10 on the front, 5 on the sides, 8 on the rear. And this is for the mixed-use lot. They got 3, 5, 10, and 5. Here's some site photos of the property. This is on BB Boulevard looking southeast. Here's one looking north on BB Boulevard and the intersection with Union Drive. Here's on Union Drive looking southeast. Here's on the center of the property looking north. Here's on the center of the property looking northwest. This is moving towards the northwest part of the property looking northwest. And here's the zoning map indicating the zoning. Current zoning is C17 PUD, to the north is C17, south C17 PUD, and across the road C17 or R17 PUD. Here's a land use map indicating the existing land uses. You got single family developments located here, civic use located here, commercial and multifamily and mixed use here. Finding B8C, that the proposal is or is not compatible with the natural features of the site and the adjoining properties. The subject property is relatively flat with BB Boulevard to the west. The natural features of the site are consistent with the natural features of the surrounding properties, including the residential subdivision to the south and the commercial uses to the north. The applicant has submitted some building elevations of their proposed project. This is the mixed-use building that will be located on the corner of BB Boulevard and Union. Here's another exhibit of that from a different angle. And another exhibit from the rear perspective. The applicant has also submitted elevations for the residential product. This is a front elevation for the duplex property. And here's a rear elevation. The next finding is finding B8D. The location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing public facilities and services. This application has been routed through the city departments, and each department has indicated there are adequate public facilities and services available to serve the project. The full list of staff comments is on page 18 and 19 of the staff report. Finding B8E, the proposal does or does not provide adequate private common open space area as determined by the commission, no less than 10% of gross land area free of buildings, streets, driveways, or parking areas. The common open space shall be accessible to all users of the development and usable for open space and recreational purposes. The applicant is proposing 10% open space that can be assessed by the public and the residents of the proposed development. The proposed open space will consist of 3 public open space areas that will include a patio area, a 10-foot trail connection to Centennial Trail, picnic tables, box planters, native grasses with boulders and flowering plants. This is a open space exhibit that the applicant has exhibited. You can see there's an exhibit here. This would be the open space tract A. There's a B and C. Here's a close-up aerial photograph of that, or a zoom exhibit of this tract. This open space tract will be planters, the patio, and the table areas, and this will be next to the mixed-use area. Here's the other open space area with the planters, some picnic tables, turf grass along Centennial Trail. The next finding is finding B8F. Off-street parking does or does not provide parking sufficient for users of the development. There was no request made to change the city's off-street parking requirements through the PUD process. Single-family homes would be required to provide 2 off-street parking spaces per unit, which is consistent with the code requirements for single-family residential. The mixed-use development will be required to meet all of the off-street parking requirements for the proposed commercial and residential uses. Finding B8G, that the proposal does or does not provide for the acceptable method for the perpetual maintenance of all common property. The applicant will have to provide an HOA, which they already consisted of one, and they're going to just continue to be adapted to the union's HOA. So the HOA will be responsible for continued maintenance of all open space areas and all private infrastructure. Now we'll go into the subdivision findings for S4-19M1. There are 4 findings that must be met in order for a subdivision to be approved. Finding B7A through B7D. Here's the preliminary plat that the applicant has submitted, indicating how the lots will be divided up. The mixed-use lot located here. Finding B7A, that all of the general preliminary plat requirements have or have not been met as attested by the city engineer. The city engineer has indicated that the preliminary plat submitted contains all the general preliminary plat elements required by the municipal code. Please note, the Planning Commission approved deviations to the subdivision code through the approval of the plan unit development for this project. Requested deviations from the subdivision code include reduction of required street width, sidewalks on only one side of the street. The next finding is finding B7B, that the provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-way, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and utilities are or are not adequate. City staff has indicated there are adequate public services and facilities available. Staff has recommended 8 conditions as part of this PUD and subdivision request. The full list of staff comments are on page 18 and 19 of the staff report. The next finding is finding B7C, that the proposed preliminary plat does or does not comply with all the subdivision design standards contained in Chapter 16.15 and all of the subdivision improvement standards contained in Chapter 16.40 requirements. Per engineering review, the purposes of the preliminary plat for both subdivision design standards and improvement standards have been vetted for compliance. The last finding is finding B7D. The lots proposed in the preliminary plat do or do not meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. The proposed subdivision will bring the total number of units over the whole development to 34 units. The result of the whole development in an overall density of 9.4 units per acre. The existing zoning of C17, which allows a mix of housing types at a density of 17 units per acre, this existing zoning would allows up to a maximum of 61 units. The proposed subdivision is in conformance with the modifications that were requested in the PUD item PUD-3-19M1 associated with this subdivision request. There are 8 recommended conditions that are at the back of the staff report. I won't read them all. So the decision points tonight are the 2 requests, one for the proposed modification to allow Lot 24 of the Union PUD to be split into 10 residential and 1 mixed-use lot, and a modification and replat of the preliminary plat of the Union PUD subdivision. Action alternatives, you'll need to consider these 2 requests and make separate findings to approve, deny, or deny without prejudice. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Excellent report, as always. I'm going to start with a question, then I'll see what the others have to say. But always a fair amount of interest on parking, and you indicated that the applicant, I believe, doesn't take deviation from parking, meets the 2 spaces per unit city requirement. So it meets requirements. However, the city engineer had indicated in the staff report that the existing street width will not allow for on-street parking, potentially creating an enforcement issue or pushing overflow parking problems to other areas. So what does overflow parking mean? If you meet a requirement, the city says 2 units, there are 2 spaces per unit, you meet when we created that 2 spaces per unit, does it kind of assume that there's some other places you can overflow to?
Yet normally, it refers to that you have a typical street that it's wide enough and it's not asking for a deviation in street width, and you have off-street parking available.
And we don't have that here. So that could be a concern. So if I took that a step further and said, well, with respect to this change making the situation better or worse, had it developed as proposed as commercial, would there have been overflow issues then?
I think on the previous proposal, he was meeting the minimum requirements as well for the commercial mixed-use lot. So
So if you meet minimums, there's still a potential issue for overflow, no?
There is.
Other questions for Mike? I'm sure there are. Commissioner Messina.
Mike, regarding to the height of, he's asking for 40-foot height, what's the surrounding residential height?
They're all 32 feet.
Okay.
32 feet.
Other questions? Commissioner Ward.
Mike, real quickly, if you know, the orientation of these houses is towards the Centennial Trail with the parking garages in the rear, is that correct, or do you know?
The orientation is, the parking will be along Union Drive and the garages will be along Union Drive. However, I think some of their patios and open space will have access to the trail as a pedestrian, but not as a vehicle access.
Do you know how large these houses are?
I do not know the square feet of it. I just know that they're 40 feet tall, and I do not know the square foot of each house.
Okay, thank you very much.
I guess,
Commissioner Luther was first.
Talk about this overflow parking thing. So this 28, the street width, is that a private street or a city street?
That is, I think, a city street. That's correct, yeah. But they requested deviations for for width that was approved in the original PUD. So
So
they've
we
got,
didn't,
that was approved already.
so when we've talked about parking, two slots or something for, I've not recalled us ever addressing overflow parking. I've not recalled us, maybe we have. But it would seem if we do need overflow parking, we should have that as part of our process. Now, to come up now and say, well, it doesn't provide for overflow parking, therefore, maybe we shouldn't approve this, well, I think we should have a standard and address that earlier in the stages. So, that's just my comments.
Commissioner McCracken.
Yeah, it's similar to the parking. The other deviation is the lot width from 27 to 21 feet. So, I mean, it's just everything's more, that many more units to have guests come and stay and parking. I mean, that's more visitors, I guess. So.
Other questions, Commissioner
I have a
Fleming?
question. The parking lot that's south of this, below the Centennial Trail is that pay parking now, or is that designated parking for the retail and the residential on the river?
This parking is for these mixed-use developments here.
But there's your
But it's paid,
but
isn't
there's your overflow parking right there that they're gonna see and know about.
That is their numbers.
Is it pay parking
A
as well?
percentage of
I
it
think
is
it
paid.
is. I
Or
think it
is
is.
paid, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the
for
Diamond
restaurants
parking lot.
and- Yeah,
Okay.
they're trying to
Diamond,
deter,
yeah.
I think, visitors from
So
coming.
reality is it's kind of open season as overflow parking. Correct? I mean, I'm an advocate of, if you can bike it, you can walk it, you can hike it, don't bring more cars to the party. So this is a way to put a pinch on it and force people to choose other methods. What we need is a bus system. We need a decent bus system in this town, and it's long overdue. So there's my pitch. I'm good with this parking because, darn it, get rid of that car. Figure out a way to have just what you need. And when you have fresh guests come, that's their overflow parking, and they pay Diamond. I mean, I just don't think we need to force more parking and more asphalt in an already compressed area. And from what we're reading, is this supposed to be affordable? It's supposed to be fitting down, so the footprints are narrower and smaller. I'm hoping these aren't $1 million houses, but we just keep coming up with $1 million numbers. So I'm hoping this is in somewhere affordable, that we are not just, we've shrunken the footprint. Let's hope we shrank the money involved. I'm seeing all kinds of promises, but we can't get guarantees. So it would be really nice to make affordable housing.
And I know it's not a question of
Other
mine,
questions
but
for Mike?
not a question, but a statement. I doubt if this is going to be affordable.
Me too.
I have to.
I
since
keep
you
hearing
made
that word here,
statement-
but I'm not thinking it's affordable
But
either.
it might be a different place type.
If it was an
Lot
apartment
size.
building, if it was an apartment building, it might be, but
Anything else for Mike?
Well, affordable is in mind
It's a
of the eyes of the beholder. Now, these homes are very, very nice, the whole area. Now, they're affordable to somebody, or they wouldn't be selling them.
Anything else for Mike? Okay.
no.
All right,
Thank you,
Okay.
Mike. I failed to ask if there's any conflicts for the record. Let there
No.
show there's no conflicts of the commission. With that, we're going to move on to applicant and public testimony. Could I ask everyone that's signed up on the sign-up sheet, and I have at least, it looks like 4 that want to testify, and the applicant, to please rise, please, if you would. All of you, raise your right hand, they're going to testify. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. First, I'd like to call up the applicant. Is the applicant present? Could you state your name and city, please?
Hi, my name is Christine Baker. I work for HMH Engineering, the engineer on this PUD amendment. So, let's see. Make this look bigger. So as you can see here, this is the proposed amendment, is to take that existing lot, lot 23, or lot 24 of the original union, and split it into 10 residential lots and this mixed-use lot here, as well as an open space tract. We do meet the open space requirements that were set in the original PUD, the 10% gross area, and that will be located here. The other two are about 90% completed. They are almost finished and built out there right now. This amendment, with direction from the city engineer, Chris Bosley, we would be taking out the existing pavement in this area and to alleviate having to do several pavement cuts on a new road. We're just going to take out the entire portion of that we would need. It would look nicer, make a better product in the end, better constructed road. And as stated, I guess I can zoom in a little bit more on those lot setbacks. The deviation that we were requesting is the 3-foot side setback on the mixed-use lot that would be butting against that open space. It's not against another residential house. And these are some updated renderings of what those would end up looking like. And you can see that open space right here, an outdoor patio area, landscaping. We would meet all of the street tree requirements along the frontage of those lots. There's some other views. There's the Centennial Trail along the back. The open space would be directly accessible to BB and the Centennial Trail, have bike racks, be fully usable for anyone that wanted to. Sorry. Those residential homes that you can see. So in terms of parking, we do meet that requirement. We have 2 off-road paved parking spots per unit, but we also have parking in front of those units as well. So 2-car garage. The larger side has a 2-car garage. The other side also has a 2-car garage, but it's tandem parking. And then in front, there's parking as well. So these lots fully exceed the requirement, not just the 2. This is giving it 4 here and another 3 or 4 on this side as well. The stormwater requirements, we're not adding any impervious area within the right-of-way. It's all just matching existing what we've already put out there. We're not touching the right-of-way width. That's already been pre-approved for that original PUD. When designing this road, we had worked really closely with Chris Bosley to ensure that it wasn't going to be a cut-through street where people could travel really fast on a residential street in Riverstone. We designed this intersection purposely so that it was more comfortable to go from La Crosse onto Lakewood in a swooping curve motion instead of making this somewhat awkward transition to try to keep people off of Union Drive. So also with parking, the entire PUD as a whole with the amendment, the required parking would have been 74 spots. We are providing over 150 spots once with the full build out of the garages, the driveways, and we do have a designated on-street parking on the north side for a portion of the Union where it is wider, and we have put no parking signs on the southern side, and we have been working closely with code enforcement in order to get those people off the street that are parking in incorrect spots. Okay. Do you guys have any other questions?
Yeah, can you address why we're jumping up to 40 feet, which is a 4-story flat roof building?
For the height of the residential buildings?
Yeah. Why are we jumping to 40 when we have what appears to be 3-story? So a 10-foot garage,
Yes.
10-foot
So it
main
is a
floor. Where does all that footage go?
It is to the peak of the roof is that 40 feet.
With a sloped roof, right?
Yes.
Sloped roof.
Yes.
Yeah, drainage. Uh-huh.
Correct.
But
It
why
is-
all that? Why that much floor to ratio, floor to ceiling? Because that puts you at 10 foot on the parking, 12 foot on the next floor, 12 foot on the next floor. It's excessively high, and everyone else around you is 32 feet. I mean, I understand on a commercial building, but I'm struggling on a residential, which is also narrow, super narrow. I mean, this is like a slot house. And now you've got these hugely high ceilings.
Yeah, I cannot speak to that. The developer is here if you wanted to speak to that.
That's a big part of this request.
It is.
Yeah.
Did you want to speak to the height of the residential buildings?
I mean,
That's
we-
part of the change, that is the
well, this
change.
is what everything else is.
Yeah, that's the big one on this one.
I got a clarification, maybe just from my mind. In our application, in our package on page 2, the applicant is requesting the following deviations from the existing standards. If I'm reading this right, maybe Hillary, you can let me know if I am or not, but the only change is the height. Because was it not everything else
Oh, there's some other
approved?
changes,
Little
the.
side yards,
The
little
lot
bit of-
area, the
yeah,
lot
side
widths
If
are
I'm reading
different.
front setback, let's say the first one, 10 feet rather than 20 feet, same request as was approved in the original PUD. So if I'm reading all those bullet points, am I reading something wrong?
There's more than just that. So if you look at that right column, there's the difference in the lot area, the lot width is
Lot
different.
coverage.
The height's different, and the
Yeah,
side
but-
yard setback's different.
Okay, because the one that I'm kind of
5 and
charming in
5.
on is the minimum building height, single family and duplex, 40 rather than 32. So that's the one I'm
It's a
kind of.
biggie.
Right. Now, I do want to clarify, too, there was an error. It's maximum height, not minimum height. We should clarify that, too, in the presentation and staff report.
Okay.
Correct.
Is there someone else with your
Could answer
application
that.
team that you'd like to
Yeah, I'd like
call
that
forward
addressed.
to address that?
Because that will jump above everyone else around it. So I really like to know where that came from. What was the origin?
Yeah, of course.
It's up to you. Not to put you on the spot. And I don't know if sir, you stood, and I'm gonna swear in. Sir, do you swear that you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you were about to give was the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you state your name and city,
Dennis
please?
Cunningham, Active West, Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good question, Ms. Fleming, Commissioner Fleming. The 10 units that you see in front of you will be elevators in each unit. The reason being is we haven't seen a market in Coeur d'Alene where there's a 3-story structure with a master on the upper level where we believe the demographic buyer is probably not younger. So we thought that if we were to go in and provide sort of a universal design concept, they could get up and down the unit and not be in a condo in the basement up and down a unit, but in their primary unit or home. So the 2-car garage house that's side by side is a 2-story home, main floor living, or main floor with the kitchen, but we ended up doing a 3rd level upper deck. The tandem garage, 2-car, is a 3-story. So the 40 feet is only a very small percentage of the peak, which you had pointed out. The one beside it isn't that high in height, and it just is a couple architectural elements that go up that KTGY had designed. Sort of similar to the request that you guys approved up at John Stone's building by Red Robin, the height increase up there, where you've got, and that had been a discussion in the pre-application with staff, is, you've got the Hampton Inn and the Bella Reeve building there. So they thought, I'm not putting words into their mouth, but they thought that with that mix in there, in that little network of BB, that it wasn't something that was excessive. The other buildings were already there, and then one was just approved up the block there.
Good
I
explanation.
don't know if that
Thank you.
answers.
No,
And-
it helps.
And
It helps.
honestly, we've not final design, as you know, we haven't gone into building permits.
Right.
There probably could be some modifications, because I thought going from 8 feet, even with your math, seemed a little bit excessive. And then we looked at it, and it started to really, because the unit that it's on is basically a 16-foot wide unit. And as an example, you guys, you mentioned sort of affordability. We did just sell a house today down there to a lady that had lived in Belle Reve. Her husband had passed, she had moved, and she wanted to be back in the area. And, we're talking in the 800s, and I know that sounds crazy, but I mean, a person that wants to live down there and be able to walk and do things and not always have to be driving around. So we are still seeing that, a little bit of that momentum. Obviously, it slowed quite a bit, but we're still seeing some of it come in.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant team?
Thank you.
Further? Thank you. You'll get an opportunity for rebuttal after we go through other public comments. I'm going to go through my sign-up sheet here. I have Karen Shomek. Did I? Schomer. That looked like a K on here. I'm sorry. Indicated opposition. Did not indicate whether you wish to testify. You do? Please come forward. If you just restate your name.
My name is Karen Schomer. I do live in Coeur d'Alene. I do live in Riverstone. I'm very familiar with the area. I'm coming here because this has already been approved as an R3, and I'm opposing it going to an R8. I'm a little offended by some of these slides because the slides are so old, they show a vacant lot.
No, it's not.
They've built on this property there that is adjacent to the trail. I've driven on Union Drive. It's a very narrow street. The garages are back there, and their driveway is very narrow. So when I've driven back on Union Street coming in from La Crosse, because now that's open, I see that cars are parked parallel rather than into the garage. People have now brought in their families, and they are very expensive homes. They've brought in their families, and I see basketball hoops and things there in their driveways. The parking is a problem, and they didn't seem to address the new parking area that's off of La Crosse that was for overflow for these cars that are supposed to have 2 per household, and you can't park on the street because it's narrow. The area there is just so dense with homes, just so dense. They're just trying to pack them in, and they're just squeezing every little bit in. Even the architecture is not what I consider Riverstone architecture. It's very modern architecture, which is very different than Main Street Riverstone architecture at the Hampton Inn there. So, I don't know, I am so, the parking for Terraza and La Peep, you have to, it's paid parking. They say it's paid parking. But when you go to use Terraza as your restaurant or La Peep, you give them your your license plate number. But people can, I guess, pay to park there, but for the most part, and the parking lot is very full on the weekends. It's overflowing on the weekends, and people park on Belle Reve because it's convenient. And enforcing the no parking on Belle Reve has been a nightmare for the residents of Belle Reve. So I'm sure it's going to be a nightmare for the people that live on Union Street. So I just, that setback, well, the HOA was another thing that I heard come up. Our HOA can hardly keep up with what they need to keep up with as far as gardening. They can't get gardeners to garden our landscape. It doesn't look well-maintained to me. So if it's going to be a part of the same HOA, they're already overwhelmed. So that's it. I'm just opposed. It's already been through the Planning Commission. We've already approved the R3. Why are we going back and changing it to R8? We've already accepted that it's R3.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
I will point out, I'm not taking exception to your statement, and we appreciate everything you said. Just a clarification, it's not a zone change like earlier in the night we had a R3 to R8. This is not a zone change. It's C17 right now, which is an entitlement of 17 units per acre. And I think if you do the math, there would be 34 units, which would put them at 9.4 units per acre versus 17 per acre. So from a density standpoint, they would be below it. But
Yeah, but technically, I don't know all this technical stuff with the city. I'm just a resident there, and I know that the more houses and the smaller houses and the more parking and more people, it's just overwhelming. The traffic is overwhelming. I have to go right to go left, to go out of my way, turn right to get around Riverstone, to get out of Riverstone. The main entrance into Riverstone, now that La Crosse is open, and as people find out La Crosse is a way into Riverstone, is getting more popular to make a left turn there instead of waiting for the light at Lakeside. So I just would rather keep it the way it is.
thank you. Next up is Karen Hansen. You indicated opposition. I didn't indicate, or didn't have. You are going to speak? Did I swear you in? Yes. Okay, please come forward.
Oh, look who's coming.
Is it?
Karen Hansen, I live in Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you.
I really like Dennis Cunningham's product. He's a great builder. But in general, all the contractors seem to be getting more and more concessions, more and more changes. And when people like me and a lot of the people show up to these meetings and they understand that this is what is approved yesterday, and now they come in and they want to change it again, it's not right. It's just not right that it's constantly changed. I'm a real estate agent here in town, and I also built my house not in the Bellerive area, but in that area. And I wasn't able to change and modify and change and modify throughout the whole process. And I just think that it should just stay the same. And I'm completely not okay with the increase of the 40-foot that you were talking about. So I don't have anything against Mr. Cunningham. I like his product. I just think that it should not be changed. There's so much congestion down there. If you change it from commercial, initially it was going to have some commercial buildings, and then to pack more people in there and more people's visitors and cars, it's just going to be more of a nightmare. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kirsten. On the sign-up sheet is Kirsten Lindstrom. Indicated opposition, checked, does not wish to testify. Is that correct?
I changed my mind.
Please come forward. Did I swear you in?
Did
not. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Name and city for the record, please.
Kirsten Lindstrom, Coeur d'Alene.
5 minutes, please.
I also live down in that area. I've lived on Bellerive for over 10 years. I've seen enormous changes in that area. A lot of it good, absolutely. What worries me is the parking. And I've come to a lot of these meetings, and it seems that we look at a certain area, and the parking will be fine here. And we look at another area, and the parking will be fine there. But we don't look at the big picture. You know, what really does happen? LaPeep parking, it's packed in the summer. And then the people that can't fit in there, they go down Bellerive and start parking along the street there, which messes up with access to our driveways. Now Bellerive, HOA is looking at getting gates put up there to keep people from coming in on that street. And it's just getting to be just such a strange area. It used to be open, friendly, easy for people to, you know, get around and be there, and now it's just getting all filled up, and the parking problems. You drive down Union, I saw the snowstorm the other day, there's cars parked all the way down that street because they can't fit into the driveways. They have a garage, but they can't fit in the driveway because they're so short that the cars stick out, and then they park along the street, and now we're adding even more. I mean, I saw that they have parking spaces and garages, but there's going to be visitors. There's going to be friends and other people on that street, and it's just so congested, that whole area. I would just wish that you guys would look at the big picture, not just little parts of it here and there. Look at the whole area of what's going on with the parking, because it really is a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie. It looks like a W. Widmer. Julie, is there Julie? Julie in the house? She did not indicate favor, opposition, or neutral, and did not check whether or not she wishes to testify. We'll move on. Scott Wakefield did not indicate favor, opposition, or neutral, and does not wish to testify. Is that correct? Moving along, Gia Schwartzer? Schwartzer. Gia? Did I swear you in? You did. Please come forward. Just one more time, state the record for your name.
Gia Schwartzer, Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you. 5 minutes,
Hi,
please.
thank you for listening. Okay, I just kind of have a mishmash of notes, so I'll try to weave them together. I echo that the photos are ancient because, like, there's no houses even on the waterfront there. That place is all completely built up, as has been stated. And you do have the Bellerive Road that is, you know, people do park on, but as people were saying, there really isn't enough parking already, and where Union has been narrowed, which was shown in some of the pictures right in front of where the proposal is, you can't park there now anymore at all on either side. And then in some of the renderings, it showed two cars, one going one way, one going the other way. No, you can't do that right now, so you're certainly not going to be able to do that then. And if there's going to be parking on one side of the street further back, it's already full, and these aren't even built yet. So, let's see. And the parking lots, they are there. It's paid parking. They're $5 an hour. And yes, you do, if you are going to use Terrazza or LaPeep, and then perhaps some of the other businesses. I think there's some medical businesses. I know with Terrazza and LaPeep, they will validate you, but again, they are full in there, and it's really come and go. And part of the attraction there is to have people come and enjoy and sit out and enjoy the river and sitting out on the terrace, or even inside during the inclement weather. And I think if people aren't able to find parking, they're just, you know, we don't know where they're going to go, but they're not going to go there because the parking would be full, and there is no overnight parking, so it is not really an overflow lot if somebody were to have a guest. And again, very limited parking on the streets. Let's see, really. And I had said realistically, people will not necessarily park in front of their garage because sometimes the cars are too long, or people don't want to be moving their car. They're just going to say, I'm going to park on the street so that I can get in and out of my garage and not have to juggle. And then another question I had, and perhaps it'll be answered in the rebuttal, which is where is the parking for that one proposed mixed-use building, whether you approve adding additional units that would, again, kind of additionally impact that. I didn't see where the parking was for that, and I might be something I missed. So adding more than was proposed, if you look at the character of the existing residences that are there, this is notwithstanding that the riverfront condo buildings, those are there, but all the houses that have just been put in down on Union and the ones on Bella Reeve, both sides, they're of a general character and a general size, kind of which was addressed, and this may change, you know, I guess if you're looking at your neighbors and trying to be neighborly, like, let's build similar things, this just adds that extra density to the area, which, again, packing people in, I understand development and wanting to provide places, but the practical matter of the parking has really been coming up in the different HOAs down there already, and I think this would just add to it and cause some issues. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone that didn't sign up that wishes to testify? So I would offer a chance for the application team to come offer any rebuttal.
Of course. So first off, the parking for that mixed-use building is going to be handled on that parcel. So if I can zoom in a little bit. Underneath that building, there's going to be 4 carports as well as 2 parking spaces in front of that, not on the street, but in that parcel itself, and that meets the parking requirement for commercial. And there are also a two-car garage here and a 1-car garage that both belong to that residential unit that will be on that top floor of that mixed-use building. So all that parking will be held on site on that parcel. And then, so in that staff report, Chris Bosley did look at the trip generation for the PUD amendment. And in there, he did state that because we were shrinking that mixed-use building and increasing the residential is a less intensive use of that. And so it actually decreases the amount of traffic as there would be if we were to keep that larger mixed-use building per the original PUD. And as I had stated previously, we are not only meeting the city code for the parking for the residential, but exceeding it quite a bit. And that is not to say that the adjacent developments surrounding don't have excess parking or were not designed as we were designing this one. Are there any questions?
Would this new development tie into the current HOA that you currently
Yes.
have for the union? Does your HOA, timely question, do any short-term rental restrictions? Because what we see with short-term rentals is a lot of cars come to the party.
Yeah, that
And-
completely makes sense. I am not entirely sure.
Do we have a restriction on short-term rental in this stretch in Union is the question I would ask.
As of right now, I know of one home of the 10 that are existing, and there's 2 more going up for a total of 12 in the original that I believe has a permit with the city to do
Short-term rental.
short-term rental. And actually, it's a single-family detached standalone home down there.
Okay.
Maybe in reference to the parking, just a little bit, because we have worked with code enforcement. Like right now, if you were to go down about 8:30 in the morning, there's about 6 cars that park on Union Drive where they're allowed to, and they walk across over to the Bella Reeve building. And I don't know if it's a nanny worker or whatever. Where that gets challenging is when the season changes. We get a lot of people that park down there, and some of that is because the parking was eliminated across BB, which I think is in the works of being reintroduced. So, as was stated, Bella Reeve doesn't allow any overnight parking. On Union Drive, we have 30 spaces or 32 on our road that we built that provides parking on that street. And I know now it looks like I don't know if it's Aspen Homes, but that building has 2 condos in it, and it looks like 2 of their staff people now park on Union Drive and walk to their office building. That's nothing we can do as code enforcement. We just contact the city when they park on the resident side. There's all signage that we work with Chris, that there's no parking. The other is, as you guys know, all of the distances for driveway depth and all of that meet the engineering codes of 20 feet. So I think right now, if you were to go home and drive through there, I think there might be 1 or 2 cars on that drive, and I know somebody their garage is full of boxes of moving in. So there's very minimal Union residents occupying the Union Drive. Now, we have a few construction trucks during the week, but we only have a duplex, a unit down there that's about done. So anyway, that
Good answer.
is sort of the parking thing. We want to be a good neighbor. We're not trying to overregulate. The city's been really good with code enforcement, because what was happening is, I think there was some people in the PUD of the Bella Reeve, and I don't know where, but it looked like the condos, that the cars were sitting there for a week or 2. And so the city came out and started noticing, hey, this isn't an overnight spot. And that's because some of that got taken away
It did, well.
on the Ignite side.
On the
But
new,
anyway.
yeah. So we'll see improvement there as on the way to Riverstone, because we're going to do diagonal parking and pack those cars along that road. Right now, we don't have anything to make
And
up for the
there's
loss.
a bunch of nice parking lots in the BLM property that doesn't get used hardly at all.
Right.
All those fields there.
Other questions?
Okay.
Commissioner?
Under the current configuration, Lot 24, how many parking slots are required for it currently?
For the current commercial use lot, without this amendment?
Yes.
So for that commercial building, it depended on the square footage, so city code would be 1 spot per 300 square feet of commercial lot, or commercial floor space, and I don't have that plan in front of me.
My question is there more parking required now than there will be with this revision, or is this revision requiring more parking?
I believe both the previous and this revision meet the requirements. I do not know if one has greater overflow or extra than the other, but I know that both
Are
versions
the
had.
requirements different then between commercial and residential?
Yes.
What's the difference?
That the residential is 2 off-street parking spaces per unit, and the commercial is 1 per 300 square feet of floor
And how
space,
big are
depending on its
how
use.
big are in the residential, how big are the buildings there? How many square feet, 300?
I mean, the square footage does not relate to the parking in terms of.
It doesn't transfer from commercial to residential. Commercial is floor plate, residential is unit.
But the count does,
No.
in some fashion.
No.
What do you mean, no? I'm sorry, you have a certain number of parking slots for one configuration, and you have a certain amount for another configuration.
Yes.
So what are the numbers? For the 300, you've got to have one parking space for each 300 square feet? Well, then how many square feet do you have in your commercial? It's not, it's just,
Did you design it, though? I don't think you've designed that commercial building on that lot.
No, but the commercial square footage in this amendment is approximately, I want to say, I had it written down somewhere, like 1,700 square feet, and that equates to requiring 6 commercial parking spots, which we have in our plan.
But I think what you're trying to get at is, in the original PUD, that commercial building would have driven a certain amount of parking.
Correct.
But without designing that commercial building, you don't know how many car parking spaces were allotted. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
That's
If-
why
if-
she can't compare the
if
two.
I want to, say, by gosh, that parking is a big issue, I personally am not going to vote for this because of the parking issue, only to find out if it stayed commercial, there'd be a bigger parking impact than there would with this change. That's my question.
Yeah, but without designing the building, you can't generate
You
how many
can't get there
cars.
from here.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, then.
You have to
then
design
so
the
everybo-
building to
so
drive the
everybody that's
parking.
complaining about the parking, maybe they'd complain less or more if it was commercial.
Can I just add that I believe that not defending the applicant, but in the original PUD and this amendment, they are meeting the parking requirements that are set by the city,
Correct.
regardless whether there's a lot more parking or not.
And I'm
Right.
not,
You can't
I'm not
change the
further
rules.
endorsing it, other than to say, I think what I heard him say is they're exceeding.
Correct.
The two required spaces per unit are housed in the garage, and they have parking in the front
driveway.
in exceedance of the minimum.
And that's unfortunately, all applicants who come with projects meet the requirements, and what happens after that, we all know,
Storage
might
units.
not be that. But, and
storage
again, not in defense of this applicant, they are meeting the code of our parking regulations.
Any further questions?
Well,
of the-
I'm just staying on this parking. I believe that we're we'll in time get ourselves into a position, right or wrong. It's just a matter of growth. You know, somebody came in, when I first moved down there, we had lots of space. That's true, but it was built out. And I think as you look at this and other places we see in Coeur d'Alene and other cities, that we're just, you're in dense, things are becoming more dense, and parking is gonna be a continuing problem. You know, maybe you're gonna have to park on the odd side of this, even side of the street one day and the odd side the next. Maybe you have to, walk a mile. And it is an issue that maybe we can't do much about. Maybe we don't want to do anything about it. But as the density increases, parking is going to have an issue. And I'm sure we're all familiar with larger cities or the residential areas, very compact, and parking is a continuing problem. And maybe that's not a problem we need to address. Maybe that's just society will have to address it through carpooling, through transit systems and whatnot. So end of my lecture. Thank you very much.
Last questions of the applicant, Commissioner Ward.
Real quickly, I don't want to beat up a parking situation here. It's really on the garage. Did I hear you or the gentleman from Active West state that the parking garages were tandem parking?
The one side of the unit does have tandem parking. The other side of the unit will have your standard two-car garage.
Thank you.
Any last questions? Thank you very much. With that, we'll close the public hearing and throw it to the commission for deliberation and/or motions. Please.
I'll start. I don't think the change in the density or the application, what I'm struggling with is the height difference. That's the bottom line with me on this. I think parking's going to be parking, whether it's 10 units or the original PUD. I'm struggling with the height difference, and I really didn't hear anything that, to me, justified why there's an additional 40 feet over the PUD that's was originally approved in the existing residential neighborhood.
Commissioner Ward.
Riverstone to me is just a prime location. It's on the river, has some beautiful buildings. I really enjoy Main Street. I think it's a nice feature. I also believe the city, or at least through our development agency, helped make some of that possible. And I feel like all we're getting back is congestion for the people who live there, and I guess a very high tax rate that is generated by the properties. I generally don't object to higher density or to height, but when it complies with the zoning on its own, when we're making lots real narrow, we have narrow streets, no place to park on the street, and truthfully, Riverstone, the entire roadway network is deficient. Because part of the problem with traffic is it has no way to go, except up Beebe, left or right, and now you can go out La Crosse, but really, how many people want to drive all the way down La Crosse to get out of there? I just feel like what's approved right now is pretty intense, and I don't think adding just additional units, which I believe probably is catering to a market that does exist out there, but I don't think it's our job to do that. Our job is to try to minimize the impact, and the parking at my own experience is horrendous, and the traffic's getting worse.
Others?
Confirming, is the traffic generated is less with this proposed amendment, correct? Typically, residential generates fewer trips, less traffic than commercial, correct?
I don't recall, maybe Mike wanted to come up. I don't remember how in the
I
staff
think I
report
saw it in
that
the
was
staff
addressed.
That's in the staff report. The city engineer in the staff report has
Listen.
indicated that from the change to commercial to residential, there'd be less trip generation. So
Just to
parking, we don't
differentiate the
really,
issues, yeah.
parking, we can only hypothesize
Right.
what would have been versus these units. That's, debated up here. But the traffic that would have come to the commercial lot 24, 5 would be more than the revision.
That's what it says. Is that right? Yeah, I think
Is
he's
that
saying
correct?
yes.
Mike is,
I think he's nodding.
he's digging it out of the, he's
It's on-
digging the exact quote out.
It's on page 19 of your staff report.
Yes, the commercial uses would generate more traffic than the residential.
Thank you for that.
And also confirming an increase in height doesn't have a material effect on parking or traffic. That's a separate issue.
That's correct.
That I also struggle with that, even if it's architectural variation and at its peak, that's really to cater to a market. But that has no bearing on parking or traffic, the height variance request.
Doesn't.
Yeah, to look at, Bella Reeve or the union as it was proposed as, what's already approved, we would acknowledge there's some issues. It is more urban. Living downtown is different than living in Coeur d'Alene Place. Living in the Fort Ground is different than living in Dalton Gardens. Every area that we choose to live has its pluses and minuses. I have a little bit of solitude, but I miss the vibrancy and the ability to walk to, movies and restaurants and all that. It is hustle bustle like downtown. It's not for everybody that wants to back in their boat and have kids play volleyball in the backyard. It's a different world. But I tend to think that Riverstone is great. I wish I had the money to buy a house down there. I'd live down there. But to me, parking is tight, but it's a great development. I mean, I think there's pluses and minuses with this. I think more commercial opportunities down there is something I would benefit from. I don't live there, but it'd be a joy to drive down and have more commercial opportunities. And maybe it's a restaurant, maybe it's a little pub, maybe it's whatever, a little store. I'm not going to live there, but if it was commercial, I could enjoy it a little bit in some way. That said, housing is what people want. That's what sells. And I think that this was conceived as part of Ignite City CDA Live, Work, Play. It's a great community. You can find some faults with it, but I think it's a pretty great place.
I guess I wasn't around when the original PUD was approved, so I'd be curious with the the concept before of providing more commercial, all the different variances that were approved previously were kind of for that mix of use and for the whole package, and now we're taking one lot and kind of making it look different. So, I mean, I could see advantages both ways, but I'm kind of curious, for those who were in the original discussion, if they remember any of it. if the value of commercial, I mean, because there is need for more commercial space in the community as well. That's a different need. I think they're kind of different products, I guess, so it's hard to compare.
Well, if you want reference from when it first started, I think John and I were here. I know I was here when it originally was Chevron that brought it to the table. And at that point, there was a grand scheme of great ideas and.
Oh, not just
yeah.
Riverstone. I mean, I've been in the community a long
Oh.
time, just for this particular PUD.
Union.
Oh, for this?
Union, yeah, I wasn't here during the.
I'll go you one step
Yeah,
further. I'll go you one
Union.
step further, and when
Stop
I was
eating.
in college, I worked in the lumber mill called Northwest Timber.
We're never
It
gonna
was
get out
down
of here,
there.
come on.
But
And
not
I'll-
going back in
I'll
time.
tell you,
Just
it's-
this
I'll
one.
I'll tell you, it's a whole lot better than today than it was
Yeah,
then.
when the original PUD.
Agreed on that. I'm talking, yeah. but
Yeah,
I'm referring
the
to this
original
one. Yeah.
PUD came to us. You know, the consensus was, okay, this is what it was at that time in the market, and,
Yeah.
you know, the parking was always the same issue. You have a two-car garage, but you have 2 people living there, but you've got 8 people coming over to visit. The parking is the parking.
Yeah,
and
I think
it's
the
not just
parking
there.
has been, met with
Yeah,
what
so
they could do.
originally, when the PUD came, the height was what it was, and that was the discussion, and it did get approved.
You know, I would.
Old one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would add that, you know, we're seeing, I think, some of the product of these, you know, narrow split, shared wall units in the new Atlas development that we have approved. Same height, same character. There's a bunch of them if you haven't taken the tour down there. I think personally they look pretty great to me. I'd love to live in one, you know.
Question for staff. So the single family down on Belle Reve, there are several that exceed 32 feet, correct? There,
I don't believe.
One.
Yeah, there's
Far end.
one that we, had an
Eric
overheight.
Hedlund, one.
Right.
the one at the end.
No. up
No, it was
further.
kind of in
No,
the middle.
Middle of the block. Yeah, it was the Eric Hedlund one, because he ran an elevator up and it blew above the roof line. I know.
Okay.
Did have those houses down there. It's only one.
Okay.
The rest are all 32. Yeah, we all followed the rules. I would have been curious to see this. It would have been a cakewalk to bring in exactly the same kind of units, and it wouldn't have been an issue to me, because we are compressing these lots. We're shortening our widths. We're tightening everything up, and we are adding more cars, more people, more density in what could have been, and Dennis could have easily just moved on down the choo-choo train and done exactly the same thing. Fewer cars, fewer people, a little more room to breathe, less shortening of setbacks. And honestly, could have put elevators in those, because I do it all the time. So I struggle with, yes, this is maybe getting more keys on the street, but is that our job either to add to his wealth? So I'm not sure I'm here to do that. I have to ask, why did we not just do the same product as up the street and do that commercial keystone at the end with the park? And yes, a few less keys. My guess is the price would have been higher for a larger footprint. And an elevator is an elevator. You can put a 6x6 shaft or a 5x5 shaft, and you can get up those 3 stories. It's $10,000 a floor, you know? So I'm having a hard time with justifying why we need to do this tight a compression. That's my problem. And add that density. I'm not sure we want it or need it.
So struggles with the height,
Yeah. And the
struggle
density.
with seeing the change, you know, that if you look at the lot
5
size
feet,
marching
5 feet,
down there.
5 feet out,
then also
tight. And I don't mind it up against, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, the 3 feet offset off the green space at the end, at BB, with the commercial building, because you've got the gain of all that green space. So that's a throwaway. That 3 feet, who cares? 3 feet versus 5 feet. But I just don't know that we need to put that many people slammed into that last, that mid-lot. I'm just not, I don't see the upside except for the profit side. That's my problem.
Anyone care to make a motion?
Nope.
And you're confident you can get an elevator in 32 feet? I mean,
I
they're
do
just
it all the
wanting to,
time.
they're just wanting to get
I
to
do
the
it all the
top floor
time.
roof deck. That's
Yeah,
the difference.
It's just a matter of stops. You're doing one stop if it's 10 feet,
Yeah.
9 feet, 8
Yep.
feet. Do it all the time. I retrofit them even. So, and it's 5 foot square or 10, or 6 foot square, depends on whether you got a wheelchair in there or just a walker or a person or two people. I mean, you can put people in a thing that's a diameter. So I don't see the justification of doing the elevator for accessibility when I know you can do it in a larger unit. When you've got 16 feet of width, which is barely like the car space, that's a tight footprint. How desirable it is, that'll be up to Dennis to sell them, but I'm just not sure that this is what we need. I'm not sure we need it. You're gonna get the dollars, whether it's $1 million or 800,000, or they're not, certainly not 500,000, not at this point. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Do we need to bend over on this one?
I hate to start off with a motion that's particularly affecting Riverstone, but I move denial without prejudice.
We need to do findings, John?
Why? It doesn't meet them.
Findings?
Yes, you can still follow the findings worksheet, but you have to do findings.
It's time.
What, Commissioner Ward, what's your thinking? Why the without prejudice? What?
Come back with
What-
something
Come back with
more
something else.
compatible.
I, I don't object to the density, I don't object to lots of things. I object to the intensity. There's too much jammed into one area, and that's the problem, my opinion. It's not the design or anything else, and,
What about, yeah, never mind. Do you want to prepare a motion?
Might as well.
yeah, I'll go through the findings. I'm not quite sure I need findings to deny it, but I will do whatever we need to do to
Just do it.
let me check which one this is. On the matter coming before the Planning Commission, November the 8th, that being PUD-3-119M1, a request for modification of the planned unit site plan known as the Union, applicant Dennis Cunningham, location east of the intersection of Beaver Boulevard and Union Drive. And the findings, the Planning Commission does not adopt items B1 to 7, the existing land use, commercial use, the comprehensive map plan designation, that the zoning is C17, pursuant to the,
I think the findings B1 through B7 are basically technical,
right.
and the commission needs to adopt those because it includes the hearing notice.
B8, the plan development review criteria, plan unit development may be approved only if the pros conforms to the following criteria. This action of the Planners Commission. B8A, the proposal is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. This is based upon the listing that the, let me see. Truthfully, to a great extent, it does conform to those, but to the overall intent, I don't think it does. Growth development, the mix of land use out the city that balances housing and employment while preserving the qualities make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live, are not satisfied here. They are too intense. To achieve a balance of housing and product types and price points, that can be done without the additional reduction in square foot and lot sizes and setbacks. B8C, the proposal is not compatible with the natural features of the site and adjoining properties.
We skipped
In the case of
B,
properties
8B.
located within the
Phil,
hillside, no, that
Phil,
doesn't matter.
Phil, Rennie's,
B8B.
You missed B8B.
Go back to B8B.
page 3, BAB.
The bottom of page 3.
Page 3.
Okay. The designing plan of the site is not compatible with the location, settings, and existing uses on adjacent property based upon the layout of the building, building heights, off-street parking, open space. B8C, the proposal is not compatible with the natural features of the site and adjoining properties. The topography, the B8D, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will not be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services. The existing street system cannot accommodate the anticipated traffic. B8E, the proposal does not provide adequate private open space area as determined by the commission. No less than 10% gross land area free of buildings, streets, driveways, or parking areas. The common open space shall be accessible to all users of the development and usable for open space and recreational purposes. B8F, off-street parking does not provide adequate sufficient for users of the development. B8G, the proposal does not provide for acceptable method of perpetual maintenance of the common area, only because of the limited scope of it, I guess. And the conclusion decision, the Planning Commission pursuant to the aforementioned finds that the request of Dennis Cunningham for approval of the planned unit development as described in the application should be denied without prejudice.
Motion
Second.
by Ward, is there a second?
Second.
Let's see here. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Luter.
Yes. I'm looking at this a little differently. The same conclusion. We had a PUD, and the advantage of a PUD is you know what you get. People have agreed to a certain thing, the city and the landowner and so forth, they've agreed to that, and it's off. Off we go. If there are some changes, then they come back before us. Why we decided the way we did at a previous date, that's sort of history. But what's before us now is some modifications to the PUD. The modifications is the minimum lot size, the minimum lot width, and the height. And, go through the findings and everything, but I'm going to support this motion because I believe that our original PUD had appropriate square footage and width and height.
I would add, I'm a little concerned as well. If you look at the site plan that we have, the permitted lots that are under construction now, lots 1 through 23, they're a lot wider. And then all of a sudden, these others are just, there's just the narrow lots and whatnot. There's more density, more people, a concern there. So, the height, I think, hopefully if we, the motion is disapproval without prejudice. So we would hope the applicant comes back with another proposal that's better. And I hope that they get the clarity here that there's some concern of height, there's concern of the parking, there's concern of the density, so they know what to do with a sharpened pencil type proposal. But either stay the course with the approved commercial, approved PUD, or come back, I guess, with something that's just larger lots and probably fewer units. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
So with that, any other discussion before we call for roll? Roll call, Shanna, please.
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes means denial.
Yes, denial.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, I would pass along that we have as this final decision from the Planning Commission is appealable within 15 days of the decision pursuant to sections 17.09.705 through 17.09.715 of Title 17 of the zoning code. So with that, I think we conclude that one. And I would ask the commission, it's getting to be a long night. We had some folks out here waiting for a long time to get their show
Commissioner
done.
Ingalls, we
Yes,
still
ma'am.
have the subdivision
Oh,
on this particular matter that has to be addressed.
okay. So we need to, is there a motion for a similar motion for the subdivision, please?
Do we have to go through findings again?
Yes,
I'll do it.
thank you.
This matter having come before the Planning Commission on November 8th, 2022, and there being present a person requesting approval of item S-4-19M1, a request for a modification of the proposed preliminary plat known as the Union. The applicant is Dennis Cunningham. The location is 0.67 acres, located immediately east of the intersection of Beebe Boulevard and Union Drive. We accept the findings B1 through B6 of public testimony and postings. B7, pursuant to section 16.10-030A, point 1, preliminary plats. In order to approve a preliminary plat, the Planning Commission must make the following findings. B7A, that all the general preliminary plat requirements have not been met as determined by the city engineer or his designee. This is based on a very preliminary nature of this presentation. B7B, that the provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, right-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian, bicycle facilities, and utilities are adequate. They are using them now. I can't deny that. B7C, that the proposed preliminary plat does not comply with all the subdivision design standards contained in Chapter 16.15 and all the subdivision improvement standards contained in Chapter 16.40 requirements. This is based on the PUD request for reduced setbacks, side setbacks, front setbacks, excessive or additional height requests. B7D, the lots proposed in the preliminary plat do not meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. Since this is a PUD, it is up to our decision-making process, and we find this PUD just a little too tight for our comfort. And order conclusion and decision, the Planning Commission pursuant to the aforementioned finds that the request of Dennis Cunningham for a preliminary plat of approval as described in the application should be denied without prejudice at this time.
Motion by Fleming, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Messina. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, roll call, Shannon?
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask the commission, we have one last group here for getting their show on the road. Is everybody holding up, or do you need a quick recess?
Just a 5-minute break.
5-minute recess, please. the planning and zoning meeting tonight. We will reconvene, and the next public hearing up is applicant 15th Street Investments LLC for a residential planned unit development to be known as Birkdale Commons PUD 4-22. Mike, would you give us the report, please?
Oh, yeah, thank you. It's also a request for a subdivision, a 10-lot, 2-track Birkdale Commons subdivision, and the applicant is represented by Lake City Engineering. They're requesting two requests, which is the PUD 4-22, a residential planned unit development that will allow 10 lots and 2 tracks with the following modifications. Lots fronting on a private street rather than a public street. Minimum lot width of 35 feet rather than 50 feet is required. Minimum lot area of 2,810 square feet for single-family dwelling lot rather than 5,500 square feet. And a minimum lot area of 4,125 square feet for duplex lot rather than 7,000 square feet. Also, a front setback of 15 feet rather than 20 feet for the dwelling unit, but the garages will be required to maintain the 20-foot setback for parking. Side setback interior 5 feet rather than 5 on one side and 10 on the other. Side street setback of 5 rather than 10 feet. Rear yard setback of 15 rather than 25 feet. And a sidewalk on one side of the street rather than sidewalks on both sides of the street. And then the other request is the subdivision preliminary plat S-3-22, a 10-lot, 2-track preliminary plat to be known as Birkdale Commons subdivision. Property is located at 3525 North 15th Street. Legal notice was published in the Coeur d'Alene Press on October 22nd, 2022, and all of the required notifications have been made. So, location map indicating where the property is located is highlighted here in red. This is 15th Street. This is a close-up aerial photograph of the property. You might be aware that this was annexed in May of this year, and it consisted of this parcel and this parcel, but today's PUD is just related to this parcel right here. And at that time, it was brought in with the R12 zoning. Here's a bird's eye view of the photo of the property looking northeast. Property is highlighted here in white. This is 15th Street. So we'll start off with the PUD findings. We already went over the modifications requested. So we'll start off with the PUD site plan. This is 15th Street. They're proposing access off of 15th with a long linear access that's located in a track with a hammerhead turnaround near the end with the open space located at the western edge of the PUD. There are 7 findings that must be met in order for a PUD to be approved. The first one is B8A, that this proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan indicates this in the compact neighborhood place type. These types of places are where you have single-family duplex, triplex, fourplexes, townhomes, green courts, and auto courts as their building types. Compact neighborhood places are medium-density residential areas located primarily in older locations of Coeur d'Alene where there is an established grid system with bicycle and pedestrian facilities. Typical developments are the single-family and duplex homes. What the applicant is requesting, also it's in the R12 zoning district. Comprehensive plan goals and objectives as it relates to this request. In regards to environmental recreation, provide diverse recreational options and encourage and maintain public access to mountains, natural areas, parks, and trails that are easily accessible by walking and biking. In regards to growth and development, develop a mix of land uses throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. And the objective would be achieve a balance of housing product types, price points, including affordable housing to meet the city's needs. An additional growth and development objective would be provide accessible, safe, and efficient traffic circulation for motorized, bicycle, and pedestrian modes of transportation. The full list of comprehensive plan goals and objectives are on page 13 and 14 of the staff report. The next finding is finding B8B. The design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting of existing uses on adjacent properties. There are single-family dwellings located to the north. To the east are multifamily and duplex housing units. To the south are 4 multifamily units as well as single-family dwellings, and to the west are single-family dwellings. There are existing residential uses that surround the subject site on all sides. Again, here is the site plan of the PUD, and here are some of the setbacks that the applicant is proposing. 5 on the sides, 15 on the rear. The driveways will have 20 feet setback. Here is the single-family dwelling lot with the 15-foot rear and the 5 and the 20 on the front. Here are some existing site photos. This is at the driveway entrance looking northwest at the existing single-family residence. Here's looking north along 15th Street. Here's at the center of the property looking southwest. Here's at the center of the property looking west. Center of the property looking north, and the center of the property looking east. Here's the zoning map illustrating the existing zoning. This is R12, R12 to the south, R8 to the east, and R5 to the west, and county ag to the north. Existing land use map indicates single-family residential uses, multifamily and duplex housing in the vicinity. Finding B8C, that the proposal is or is not compatible with the natural features of the site and adjoining properties. The property is flat and a multitude of residential housing types that are located within the vicinity of the subject site. The natural features of the site are consistent with the natural features of the surrounding properties, including the residential subdivisions to the west and east. The applicant has submitted some building elevations of the proposed, what they'll look like. This is the front and this is the rear. Finding B8D, that the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing public facilities and services. City staff has indicated that there are public facilities and public utilities available and adequate for the proposed PUD and subdivision request. The Streets and Engineering Department is concerned that if each of the comparable neighborhooding 4 lots are developed similar to the proposed development, traffic would be impacted by a series of 5 closely spaced intersections serving dead-end streets. See staff's full comments on page 16 and 17 of the staff report. The next finding is finding B8E. The proposal does or does not provide adequate private common open space area as determined by the commission. No less than 10% of the gross land area free of buildings, streets, driveways, and parking areas. The common open space shall be accessible to all users of the development and usable for open space and recreational purposes. The applicant is proposing 10.6% public open space, will contain a patio and a picnic table with a barbecue. There will also be a walking trail with a fenced-in dog run. The open space will be maintained by the HOA to provide continuity with landscaping elements with Birkdale Commons. So here's the applicant's open space plan. The open space is located at the western edge of the PUD. You can see there's a walking trail, a dog run, picnic table, and a bench. And here's a close-up of the dog run with a waste facility, supply station, and there's also the bench and the picnic table and barbecue area. The next finding is finding B8F. Off-street parking does or does not provide parking sufficient for users of the development. There was no request made to change the city's off-street parking requirements through the PUD process. Single-family and duplex homes will be required to provide 2 off-street parking spaces per unit. However, staff has concerns due to the narrow width of the private road, there will be limited on-street parking. Parking may be an issue if there are any private events in the neighborhood, as the on-street parking is limited and 15th Street does not have on-street parking. Finding B8G, that the proposal does or does not provide for adequate method for the perpetual maintenance of all common property. The applicant and owner and their design team will be required to work with the city's legal department on all required language for the CC&Rs, articles of incorporation and bylaws, and any language that will be required to be placed on the final subdivision plat in regards to maintenance of all private infrastructure. The HOA will be responsible for continued maintenance of the private infrastructure, roads, common areas, and all open space that serve the residential lots for this PUD. Now we'll move on to the subdivision findings, S3-22. There are 4 findings that must be met. Finding B7A through B7D. The first one is B7A, that all of the general preliminary plat requirements have or have not been met or tested by the city engineer. City engineer has reviewed this preliminary plat, and the preliminary plan submitted contains all the general preliminary plan elements required by the municipal code. Here is an illustration or the exhibit of the preliminary plat showing the 9 lots with the 1 single family and the open space tract. Finding B7B, that the provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-way, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian, and bicycle facilities and utilities are or are not adequate. City staff has indicated there are adequate public services and facilities available. However, there is a concern in regard to the overflow parking within the development. Also, the impact to 15th Street on future development if the adjacent parcels develop similar to this development. See pages 16 and 17 of the staff report for full staff comments. Here's the preliminary plat exhibit showing the private lane crossroad section. And the next finding is finding B7C, that the proposed preliminary plat does or does not comply with all of the subdivision design standards and all of the subdivision improvement standards requirements. Per engineering review, for the purpose of preliminary plans for both subdivision design standards and improvement standards have been vetted for compliance, submitted by the Chris Bosley City Engineer. Finally, finding B7D, the lots proposed in the preliminary plat does or does not meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. The R12 zoning district requires that each lot have a minimum of 5,500 square feet for single-family lots and 7,000 for duplex lots. The proposed lots areas range from 2,812 square feet to 4,943 square feet. The applicant has requested modifications through the PUD process. The proposed subdivision is in conformance with the requested modifications that were represented in item PUD-4-22. And these are the recommended conditions to be included in the PUD and subdivision. There's a total of 10. I won't read them all. They're in the back of your staff report. The decisions tonight are the 2 items. One is the PUD, and the other is the subdivision. Planning Commission will need to consider these requests and make separate findings to approve, deny, or deny without prejudice. And that concludes my presentation.
Mike, I've got some questions on parking, and then I'll pass it along.
Okay.
We've had a lot of discussion on parking tonight.
Yes, we have.
And I think there's going to be some more. And, we've talked about overspill. We kicked around what this overspill. And I asked you the question earlier, when you generate a algorithm of 2 spots per unit, how did you come up with that? Well, that's different. When you live out in Coeur d'Alene Place, things are different than 2 units of parking in Bellerive in terms of having readily available overflow. Out in Coeur d'Alene Place, we're lucky to have quite a bit. What you're saying here with the bike path and everything else on 15th, if that fills up, and looking at that plan, and the city engineer's comments and whatnot about parking being pretty tight, he's kind of even goes so far as to say, it's not the city's problem, but, we're probably going to get complaints from parking and snow storage, because snow's going to take away some more space and this and that. Back to this, and with the Bellerive deal, you heard that whole deal. So in that case, we were kind of saying, well, if there's 2 spaces in the garage and there's 2 places out in the driveway, then that's 4. I can't really tell from the architectural plans here. Is there garages and do you have
They're illustrating 1 car garage for each unit and then 1 space outside.
So that's kind of a tandem deal too. Right. So that makes it kind of, mom and dad have to jockey the cars around and if she's got to get to work earlier than me, I'm just going to park on the street so I can, I don't have to wake her up to get, it is, in your opinion, have we approved others like this? put you on the spot.
Yeah,
sorry.
we have approved others with the right-of-way width and the road width reduction. And that's where the off-street parking is a concern. When you reduce that track, with the track where the road is in, and it's not a standard right-of-way that's public road right-of-way width, then that is the concern.
So this is private, of course.
Right.
And I heard you, if I heard correct, say there'd be limited on-street parking. Do we have a count of that, or are they a little cross-hatched number of spots that we can count and say that there's opportunity out there for 12 visitor spots, or?
We didn't get that calculation from the city engineer on that.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but there are driveways that go down here that you cannot even park in front of because they're driveways that are accessing each of these units as
So
you go
along
through. So
that-
this whole side, you wouldn't,
Along that south frontage, there's little, if any, opportunity for parking there.
I have a
Thank you.
related question. So what's the difference in road width from their private road proposed to the standard?
the standard is what, 30, 28?
32, I think.
Let's see,
34.
width. So it is 28, right?
For the paved, the right-of-way is usually, what, 50 or something for a standard? And then 28, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if I can zoom in on that.
It's 50 to 28,
I
that's the
don't-
difference?
Drew said the applicant will
Yeah.
present that
Okay.
with
Let's
his
see if I can
portion of
zoom
it.
in on it.
But yeah, typically, I think it's a 50-foot right-of-way, and then
Yeah.
the paved
28
lane
curb
is
to
like
curb.
28.
Yeah.
And for travel lanes, it's usually, what, 11 feet wide?
Oh, yeah, I don't have that in front of me, so yeah.
I think we can get some of that from the applicant.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know how they solved the parking problem in Hayden with this kind of thing, because we did a lot of them over there. The extra truck goes on the grass. It does. It parks right in front of the front door, and it eats up the 5-foot side yard and eats up the 8-foot front walkway. Why don't we not just admit it and put gravel there so they can park and not tear up the lawn? And the sprinklers. Oh, Cody's saying yes. Because I've designed these and worked with builders on these, and that's where they land out. And oh, by the way, that garage, that's storage. That is not parked in. They don't mind smooping off the snow. Why do we waste postage stamp grass there? Let's put some nice trees and admit that it's parking, because this will be a problem. They all come with 2 cars. Everybody has a couple, and they have 2 cars or a truck, or 2 trucks. So I would just admit it and forget having a little square of green that nobody wants to mow or care for. Hayden has all kinds of these you can look at. Cody's probably sold a few of them.
Questions, the questions of Mike. Any other questions?
My question on the R12, they can get 12 units per acre, but by the time you take out swales and open space and stuff, the amount of units they have for duplexes, if I calculate, you have like, a unit is, one building is a unit, but you got 2 actual units in there. So they have 18 living spaces. Is that about right?
That's correct.
If you do a R12, just down the road, and maybe this can be addressed to the applicant if you don't want to answer it, you can ask him. All right, he's shaking his head, so I'll ask him that question later.
Okay.
Commissioner Luther.
Well, yeah, this parking thing. It's sort of summarized to me here when Mr. Bosley said that since the streets are proposed to be private, the impacts are likely to be isolated to the residents. You know, we can wash our hands of the whole thing. I don't think we want to, but we want to acknowledge in some fashion, I would think, and this isn't the time to do it, maybe it's a study says so, that when something like this comes up, and maybe this is the last time it'll come up for another 5 years, but acknowledge ahead of time, this was the agreement when we went in, the developer understood it, the city understood it, so people, when you're saying that the city's not treating you right, or you're getting, no, that was the transaction when we went in, and it stays with, I don't know if it goes to homeowners' minutes or something, but somehow acknowledge it so that when an issue comes up, it can be raised in the place to correct it, which is, and the PUD is not necessarily the city.
Yeah, that is correct. It would be a private road that would be maintained by the the homeowners association, and it'd be their issue.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mike. Good presentation. I'm going to, since there's at most, there's two people, I'll swear you in. Now I'll do it one at a time. Or what? Are you both, are you both part of the applicant?
Yes.
Are you a
Yes.
team? If you'll, we'll just go ahead and stand up then. We'll do it. So, if you would, do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. So, applicant Drew Dittman, if you'd like to proceed, please.
I will. Thank you, Chairman Messina and Mr. Ingles. Drew Dittman, Lake City Engineering, for the record, 126 East Poplar Avenue in the great city of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I am with Lake City Engineering. I'm here representing 15th Street Investments. And if you forgive me for a second, I think I have, did you already open it, Mike? Right there. Let's see, view, slideshow, where did it go? Slideshow from the beginning. Okay, here we go. And I will answer your questions, just want to work my way through it. So the property was annexed. You guys probably remember earlier this year, February, March timeframe, we were annexed in as R12. You can see the property there. I've highlighted it in the black outline there. We've got R5 to the west. We have R17 to the east, R12 to the south. So the R12 seemed to be a good fit when we annexed that property. Here is the preliminary plat and the PUD. So there's two items tonight, the preliminary plat and the PUD, that we need to talk about for approval. We're asking for 10 lots. It's 1.61 acres, 19 units. So 10 lots, but we're asking for 19 units. So there's 9 duplexes and 1 single-family house that we're asking for through the PUD process tonight. So back up. So these are duplex lots that we have proposed. They're very similar, actually not very similar, they are the same duplex lots. So this is a picture of the Orchard Lands project, which is off of Atlas and Celtice, if you guys are familiar with that area, which this developer has done before. So this is the duplex that they built over there. It's the same product that we're intending to build on this. So I took a picture of it and thought I'd show you guys what it is we're intending to build. A few different things from this picture, and I'll get into it as it relates to parking and Commissioner Engels' question on parking, but I'll get into that in a minute. Mike went through these. These are the findings. I was prepared to go through them, and I can if you guys have questions on them, but I know we've got some other questions that I'll jump to and hopefully answer those, and we can come back to some of this if we need to. Real quickly, comp plan is in conformance with the comp plan. The comp plan designates this property as compact neighborhood, which is a medium density area, which allows for single-family duplexes, triplexes, townhomes. So what we're proposing with the single-family and the duplexes does conform to the comprehensive plan in that regard. Is it compatible with location, setting, and adjacent properties? So again, we have multifamily across the street with the R17 to the east. There's multifamily to the south at Lunsford and 15th with that R12, and there's some single family to the west with the R5. So we think it's compatible. We think it's a good fit. Natural features, the site is really flat. There are some trees on it. There's an existing house on it. We are proposing that the existing house is going to go away when we do the development, so everything on it will be new. 8D is public facilities, so there is adequate sewer and water that is in 15th Street right there. So we do have sewer and water that's there. There are dry utilities in 15th Street, so there's no issue with public facilities to serve the project. Here again is the PUD that we show. So we have 10 lots. There are 9 of them that are duplex lots. You can see of the one lot right here, that would be a single family lot. We do have the open space that's proposed on the west end of the project, which I'll get to in a second to talk about open space. Well, here we go. 8B, 8E talks about open space. So with the PUD, as you know, we're required to have a minimum of 10% open space. We actually have a little over 12% open space, but we are proposing that some of that open space be used to handle some of our stormwater and drainage. So we've deducted that stormwater drainage area out of that. We're still over the 10%. We're about 11% of open space. We've decided to take that open space and put it up against the west side, which is the single family, to provide a little bit of a buffer area from the single family, if you will. So you can see on the west end, we have the open space. And we've talked a lot with some of our property managers that manage our apartment units and some of our other projects on what is good usable open space. What are residents looking for open space? You know, do they want basketball courts? Do they want pickleball courts? Do they want the park bench? Do they want the barbecue? And a project of this size, now, yes, it's a smaller project. So what is good open space? And they came back, and our property managers have told us that really passive kind of open space that does not provide an attractive nuisance is what the residents really want. They want somewhere they can go hang out and maybe have a barbecue, or they can take their dog over there and the kids can run around. So what we've provided here is a little combination of all of that. We have the barbecue pit with the picnic table. We're going to provide a fenced dog run on the south side of that, but an open area in the middle so the kids can play and hang out. So we've tried to provide the best of everything that our property managers have told us that the residents, you know, that they see that are looking for. So we think we're kind of fitting that need with that. Let's get into a little bit about parking. Your code requires two off-street parking per unit, as we've talked about. We are providing 3 off-street parking spaces per unit. And you can see that on this picture. So this is a typical duplex here. So you've got a duplex on this side and a unit on this side. So you have a single car garage and a single car garage. And we're proposing that we are providing large concrete driveway in front. So you'll have 4 parking spots in front plus the 2 parking spots for the garage. So as Commissioner Fleming was saying, they park in the grass. We've noticed that. We're not going to do that. We're going to say, you know what? We're going to provide the concrete in the front for the parking. We're going to handle the drainage in the end in the open space area like we've talked about, but we're going to provide that additional off-street parking. So in effect, we have 3 off-street parking spaces per unit, with the exception of this one corner unit here where the hammerhead turnaround is for emergency services. This one unit on the end is going to have 2 just because of the way the turnaround works, and we just can't fit it in. But all of the other units will have 3 off-street parking per unit. Now, if the garage doesn't get used as parking, we still have 2 parking per unit, as we've noticed. And yes, you're correct. A lot of the times in situations like this, the garage gets used for storage and not necessarily parking, and we know that. So we've gone ahead and provided, or are proposing to provide that extra parking off-street to accommodate that. And the last PUD finding is, does it provide an acceptable method for maintenance of the common areas? Yes, we're proposing an HOA that will maintain all of the common areas, the open space, the storm drainage. They will plow the streets. They will do all of that. We'll obviously work with Randy and staff as we get through the process. They'll review the CC&Rs. They'll make sure we check all the boxes and do all of that. So we are proposing that. That's really the PUD end of it. The subdivision end of it is fairly straightforward. These are the 4 findings for the subdivision. They kind of go hand in hand with the PUD. We are requesting a few modifications from zoning, traditional zoning in the R12. As I said, we're zoned R12 with the PUD. However, I want to note that we are not asking for any increased density. So the property is zoned R12, which means we're allowed 12 units to the acre, and we are under the 12 units to the acre. So even though we're requesting the PUD, we're not asking for any increased density. The PUD is allowing us to provide some of the open space. It's allowing us to provide the additional parking, the private street, so that we can make some of it work. However, we're still under that 12 unit per acre overall density that we could do. So we could come in and we could do this subdivision without a PUD, but we wouldn't have the open space, we wouldn't have the park, we probably wouldn't have the off-street parking, but we'd still get the same density. But we wanted to come in with a better product and a better project, and so therefore we've come in with the same density, but we're providing some of the open space, and we're asking for maybe some reduced setbacks, a little bit reduced lot size so that we can do it. But again, the overall density is still less than the underlying allowed zone of the R12. So, questions? I think I answered some of the earlier questions. If there's more, I'll be more than happy to.
Thank you.
To answer them.
Questions of the applicant?
Are you done with your presentation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Questions?
Yes, I have questions. The last time you were here, I believe, was when Councilman Miller gave a presentation on local workforce housing.
Sure.
And she has quite a large group, I think, at least by the name, Regional Housing and Growth Issues Partnership. And in addition, she said that the council was not interested, I guess, for lack of a better, interested in making this local workforce housing something that's mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
That it's something we can do as a community.
Sure.
And we have before us now a PUD, that you all have some type of business plan, I suspect, that leads you to say you want a PUD, which changes the rules under which you have to build. And there's some value that's being added, I assume, by you going through a PUD process. And that's great. And there should be, I would think, that some value added to our community through this process, other than just building as you currently permitted. And so I say, well, what value is there to the city on this? I said, well, I guess I go to the comprehensive plan. And one of the things in the comprehensive plan, it says affordable housing to meet city needs. So that's part of our values. That's part of the city's values. How does this help
Sure.
our affordable housing?
How much time do you have? How much time do you have?
About as much time as you want. Because I think, well,
No, I'm being a little bit facetious. We could sit here and we could talk about affordable housing, and I'm not making light of your question, I'm really not. Affordable housing all night long. And again, I want to say, we can do what we're trying to do with a straightforward subdivision without the PUD, without asking for the variances, and we could still get the 10 lots that we want.
right?
We're doing the PUD, we want to provide some amenities, we want to provide some open space, and in exchange, we're asking for some reduced setbacks and lot sizes. Again, the density overall is the same. Now, affordable housing, how do you get there? First of all, I'm not sure what that word means. We can talk about that all night long. Is it attainable housing? Is it affordable housing? The best way to get there is what we're doing, in my opinion. We're trying to provide a PUD. We're asking for some variances. In exchange, we're going to provide some open space. We're going to do some things. We're going to try to make it affordable for the workers. I don't know what that means definition-wise. Does it mean, 80% of the mean income? I don't know what that means, and I don't know how you get there. And I've listened to and I've been a part of Councilmember Miller's presentations, and I've been to all of those things, and I've been supportive of that, and I've tried to help from the development side. And I think that getting there takes it's a whole community effort. It's not just from the developer, builder, or my side. It's, it starts with the landowner selling the property. They're going to have some concessions if we get there, because from the developer, he's paying market value for a piece of property. And if they want to make it affordable, then, the land seller's going to have some concessions. The engineer, I'm going to have some concessions. The builder's going to have some concessions. The contractor's going to it's a group effort to get there. I think we're doing the best that we can with this PUD process to provide some density within the confines of what we're allowed to do. We're not asking for additional bonus density. We're still meeting the requirements of all of your ordinances, your zoning ordinances, your parking requirements. All of the public facilities are still there to serve it, but yet we're providing the best available product that we can within those confines to meet that need. Now, I can't tell you if that's going to be affordable, because I'm not sure what that definition really is, but I'm telling you, this is in my opinion, and I've been doing this 25 years, it is the best way to get there.
But what it does is it adds value to your property. it's adding value to you, to the developer, to
Yes and no, because we could come in and do this with a straight subdivision and not do it through the PUD process and still have the same overall density.
it's adding value, or you wouldn't be doing it. I'm sorry. My assumption is in your business, it's adding value.
I'm not gonna argue with you. Yes, it is.
And that's good. So, well, is there some value you could add? What value is going to be added to the city?
Sure.
I think we've strived to and encourage different housing types. Not only single family. I don't know if that's germane to what's before us tonight, but product mix, product type, infill, that helps with housing stock that's available to the market.
Well, and you're creating, what I appreciate about this is you've created a small community. And by adding those amenities, you don't have the churn and turn that random duplexes do in this city, where you have just a duplex, there's no self-pride. This gives you a community where mom and dad can age out, son and daughter can start their life here, that park then lets them have the dog, they let them have the kid out there, they can get family get-togethers. What it does is it avoids that absentee ownership. You hope that these are more familial, and that's part of the multifamily development idea. This is a small mini community, and I think that we don't want to see, we want that sense of pride in those communities, and by giving them those extra amenities, it keeps them there longer.
No, totally agree, and, you know, the constraints we're having, and I think I've got an exhibit that
And you're
kinda
across
shows
from a
it.
great park, by the way. Who needs,
We-
who needs
True.
basketball
We are.
courts? Who
So we
needs
are.
pickleball? You've got it, right across the road.
This is, you know, so here's 15th Street and here's Lunsford. I mean, this is an infill project, and we're constrained by the fact that we have a 1.6 acre piece of property. I'd love to come to you guys with a presentation for that whole entire infill thing and say, this is great. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, I'd love to try. We've tried, trust me. We've gone to every one of those people and we've talked to them, and we'd love to buy your property and we'd love to annex it into the city and we'd love to bring a big project forward.
They're not ready.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't happen that way, and we're trying. But given the circumstances and what we have, we think we've done the best that we can. We're providing the amenities that we think we can, that I don't want to say are above and beyond, but through the PUD process allows us to do that and make a sustainable community.
And so to the point of Chris Bosley about, you know, if each of these come in incrementally, it
Yeah.
could create some access. And we can, you know, that's a good comment, and he has to say that, because that's what his job is. But,
Sure.
you know, we have to take a look at each one that comes before us.
And Commissioners, we tried. I mean, if you remember, the annexation included 2 of these parcels when we brought the annexation forward. And we were fully anticipating, and I don't want to shoot myself in the foot, but we were fully anticipating bringing both parcels forward. And unfortunately, one of the parcels fell through. I mean, it's how the market works, and it just happens that way. And we were only able to bring forward the one parcel. And so we're trying to do the best we can with what we've got and what we can make happen.
So we can all sit and dream and
Yeah.
say a better solution if
Sure.
we brought it all together. But that's what's before us
Yep.
today. And does it stand on its own 2 feet? That's
Sure.
what we're after.
Sure.
Other questions of Apple?
Just talk a little bit, I know, about snow removal, because you got the fire department's requirement for that little turnaround. Where's it all going?
So,
You have
we
a
do.
park that might be fenced in?
Yeah, and I know Chris Bosley, the city engineer, made a comment about snow removal, and I did talk to him at length about that. And, you know, this street is 500 something feet long, and to me, that's not a super long street for snow removal. We do have the stormwater swale and this snow storage area at the very end of the street, so everything goes all the way to the end of the street and gets pushed off of the street, so you're not getting piles on the street, you're not getting piles of snow in front of people's driveways or in their front yards. It all gets pushed to the end.
Snow is frozen rain, which is storm water, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, and it all goes to the end, and we've done this kind of thing before. These are seasoned local developers that have done this road. We've got HOAs set up that can handle the snow removal, and I know Chris is doing his job and saying these are not city streets, and so we're concerned about snow because it's not city maintained, but we're gonna be required to have an HOA. We're gonna work with Hillary and Randy and make sure the HOA documents and the CCNRs, you know, check all those boxes and cover all of those issues. garages. So
No, it's
we've
not-
thought about that in the
Right.
design, and, you know, we have pushed the stormwater to the end so that we can push all of the snow to the end and not pile it up in front of
So
driveways.
you'll have an HOA that'll address the snow removal, so it's off the street. So, and the people who are gonna have all that parking are gonna put their snow probably in the street someplace. So I'm just making sure
Sure.
that, you know, it's not gonna be something
we
where
have that problem.
just gets piled up in the back, and then you guys can't remove it. and then-
Unfortunately, we live in North Idaho and we have snow and we do the best
Okay.
we can.
So the HOA is gonna be the total
The
responsibility.
HOA will be maintaining all of the street, all of the open space, and yeah, we'll be handling that to the best that they can, correct?
Great. All right, thank you.
And then
Other
I just have-
questions of?
one, I guess, this product's gonna be managed by one common property manager. It won't be available individually for sale.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the intent right now is, yes, we're gonna plat them on individual lots, but it'll be under one property manager, one HOA will maintain all of it. We have found that if you start selling, individual lots and you get the onesie, twosie kind of thing, it just really doesn't, long-term, it doesn't work out. So it's best to keep it under one property management company that maintains everything long-term.
Yeah, just allowing for individual ownership at different price points, you know, and that kind of thing. But in order to have them separately, like twin homes, it'd have to be R17, right? Hillary?
Through the PUD, you can deviate those types of things, right? So,
So-
you mean, oh, you're saying if they wanted to do the lot through the center?
Yeah, so that they could be a price point in which an individual can afford. Like a duplex is typically an investor price point, than an individual price point. But if they're all being property managed.
They're all
together, I guess.
rentals.
So, yeah, they're all rentals.
Leases.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other
Well,
questions?
yeah, I have one, so, I think I want to interpret your affordable housing response along the lines that you'd be happy to address the issue if it can be defined.
Okay?
Is that the essence of it?
Yes and no, and I would go back to affordable workforce housing, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily mean a single-family detached for-sale product. Affordable workforce housing could be a rental product, it could be an apartment, it could be a triplex, it could be a duplex in this circumstance.
I
It's-
also do not know what affordable housing is. But I think that somebody in this, but absent that definition, we'll never get there. And what I
Correct.
think I heard you say, what I want to have heard you said, is that if you know the definition, you can try to address it and meet the city's goal of.
Correct. We might not know the definition in very specific terms, Commissioner, but we know
But if you
broad
can put your
base
arms
what this-
around it.
And we're working towards that goal, yes.
But
We're-
you
we're-
haven't, we don't have a goal. We don't have a definition yet.
Yeah, we're trying to get there, though.
Who's we?
I can tell you, we are from the development community because we know that's what the city needs.
And how are you doing that?
Projects like this, I mean, one of the best ways to get there is through density, is through, and we're not, again, we're not asking for bonus density. We're still limited to the confines of the R12 zone, which this property was annexed in. We're not asking for bonus density, but we're trying to maximize that density to the best that we can to get to that workforce housing or attainable housing price point or that market. That's what the market is. We know there's a shortage. I can tell you that Cody Funk, 15th Street Investments, Greg Gervais, 15th Street Investments, they are local seasoned developers that have been around a long, long time in this town. And they understand that we have that, if you want to call it, Hillary's going to call it missing middle. We're going to call it worker housing. We're going to put a name to it. But we know that we have that out there. And so we're trying to get there. I mean, that's what the local developers, that's what we do. I mean, I've been around a long time. I've been doing this for a while, so that's what we're trying to get to.
And have you been successful in these many years?
We have. I think we have. And like I said, I've listened to a lot of Councilor Miller's presentations, and I've talked with her, and I've talked to other people about, the best ways and how do you get there, and like I asked, how much time do we have? We could talk about how do we get there all night long versus, the developer versus the city incentives versus density versus how do we get there? I mean, that's a great conversation that I'd love to be a part of, but given the confines of the ordinances and the statutes that we have, I think this is the best way that we can get there.
So there could be other ordinances and statutes that would help?
Well, I think there could be, not on the table tonight, but I
No,
think,
I understand
think
that.
absolutely there could be. Sure, sure.
Excuse me,
And I
Chairman
think,
Ingalls? Do you mind if we get back
Uh,
on track?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, I understand, it's a interesting
It is,
debate.
and I'm sorry,
Our-
and I
our
know
charge
Commissioner
tonight-
Lutrip's passionate about it. I'm
Yes.
passionate about it. I'm vested here.
I
I've
think
been,
we are all passionate about it,
doing
but in
this for a
the
long
interest, it's almost 10 o'clock, and this is
is
too
it really?
big for
Oh,
the,
gosh, it is.
I want to be respectful of your time too, but I'm just kindly
Thank you for
requesting
that.
that we
Thank
get
you for
back on
that.
topic.
Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
See if we need you for rebuttal. I have one person signed up, Cody Funk. You indicated you're in favor. No indication whether you wish to testify or not. I'm good. You're good. So, guessing there's no need for rebuttal. Is that correct? So with that, we will close public testimony. And did I ask if there's any conflicts before we did this? But we could ask now, and everybody acknowledged there isn't, so that's on the record. And I'll open the floor for discussion and/or motions and such.
I'm good with this. I don't think we can worry about what's coming downstream. I don't want to guess. I don't have a crystal ball tonight. So I'm good with this.
I'm also good with it
Well-intended.
and with the presentation, and I believe that, affordable housing is a question that's never going to be answered until there's some real rules and regs. I think this will probably be a project that's available to people who need to rent a place that's going to fit their needs in this, who can't live in a single-family home or something else. So whatever that price is, it's going to be.
Certainly meets some of the elements of the comprehensive plan in terms of development and housing mix and product types that offer some variety to the market. And without any objective measurement or quantification what affordable means, I think we work with what we have, which is finding solutions that offer the workforce and families to have a place to live in the city. And this is a great location, I think, for that infill to happen.
I share the struggle with the affordable housing definition and what that is and what that means. Is that an apartment? You can't rent an apartment in this town, in my opinion, that's affordable. So, I tend to look at the words in the comp plan that talk about balance of housing and that blend of housing types, and that's fuzzier, and I think that's what I work with. We see the Bella Reeve stuff, we see the Thomas George condos and whatnot, the 800,000 was thrown around and $1 million and whatnot. These are going to be more obtainable. I'm not going to use the other word. It starts with an A. These are more obtainable than some of the other products. And so, as far as the comp plan talking about a balance of housing product types, this isn't a Dalton acre for somebody. It's going to be a little tight in there, But, I like what I heard about the parking. I was a little worried about that. You allayed a lot of fears. Lynn, you had some good comments.
It's reality.
But I think they thought about that there. So, it is a little tight, but, we did that comp plan exercise with the game. If you played that, we decided, citizens said, here's where the infill housing needs to be. And it's on places like 15th Street. So, the good, we're going to go to a session Hillary mentioned Thursday night, this regional housing and growth issues deal Thursday night. We're going to hear there's a need for housing, and it all can't be $1 million condos or, Coeur d'Alene Place, quarter acre lots. We have to have something in the middle, and this is kind of what that feels like. Is it perfect? No, but I think it's going to help the housing situation.
I would agree with a lot of those comments. It would be nice, just in future stuff, to see a little bit more that had individual ownership at, like the twin home style with the duplexes. I know this one might not be the right fit, but maybe the next one, because it allows that pride of ownership and people to get their foot in the door in owning the home they live in. So But I think this one does fill an also needed type of housing in our market, so I don't have a big concern with it.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
This matter, everybody's got a cold, so nobody wants to talk. I'll get the cold tomorrow. Sharesies. This matter having come before the Planning Commission on November 8th, 2022, and there being present a person requesting approval, PUD-4-22, a request for a proposed planned unit development known as Birkdale Commons PUD. The applicant is 15th Street Investments LLC / Terrence Alling. Location 3525 North 15th Street. We adopt B1 through B7, noticed and open to the public. B8, pursuant to section 17-07-230, plan unit development review criteria, a plan unit development may be approved only if the proposal conforms to the following criteria to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission. B8A, the proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plan based on the community objectives and unity and involvement, a livable and medium to below level income levels assumed, that we are also reducing water consumption because there's less grass. Sorry, I get funny when I'm tired. Growth and development, develop a mix of land uses throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. And a balance of housing product. Also, the proximity to the freeway is really advantageous. We also are right up the road at Dalton Elementary. We also have the mountain nearby, the public use of park space. B8B, the design and planning of the site is compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. We're the first of this kind of a development, and we may anticipate them in the future, but this is a good start. B8C, the proposal is compatible with the natural features of the site, which is basically flat, that there's no major slopes or topography. We will lose some trees, but, that's called development. B8D, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services based on our city input and the adjacency to 15th in particular. B8E, the proposal does provide adequate private common open space area as determined by the commission. It is hovering between 10 and 11% and provides park space, dog park, benches, general public usage, but not high use. B8F, off-street parking does provide parking sufficient for the users of the development with approximately 3 per unit, except for one particular end unit. B8G, that the proposal does provide for an acceptable method for the perpetual maintenance of all common property under singular HOA and property management. In conclusion, the Planning Commission pursuant to the aforementioned finds that the request of 15th Street Investments LLC Terrence Alling for approval of the planned unit development as described in the application should be approved with the following special conditions set forth by the city, items 1 through 10, which appears to have all been met or is intended to be met by the developer.
Motion for approval by Fleming?
Second.
Is there a second by Commissioner Mandel. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be voting against this motion. Reading about in our comprehensive plan, we said Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for medium, below-income levels, including young families, working classes, low-income, and fixed-income households. There's value added to the property owner through this PUD. I see no return value to the city, especially in this part of our comprehensive plan. I've talked around it, but I have not heard that. So, in my opinion, it does not meet our comprehensive plan. I'll be voting against it.
Other discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Lutrip.
No.
Ward.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes.
Passes. That concludes our hearings tonight. Is there a motion for adjournment?
Wait,
No,
One more.
nope,
Next-
second round.
Oh, I did it again.
I've got
We
a
have
little more in
subdivision.
me. I've got a little more
Excuse
in
me.
me unless you want to do it.
Would you wish to do the?
I
would
can
love
do
if
it.
you just roll
I
on
can do
and
it. I'll
the,
just
subdivision findings,
I'm on a roll.
Please.
This matter having come before the Planning Commission on November 8th, 2022, and there being present a person requesting approval of item S-3-22, a request for a 10-lot preliminary plat known as Birkdale Commons. The applicant is 15th Street Investments, LLC Terrence Alling, location 3525 North 15th Street. Findings B1 through B6, public notice, et cetera, public testimony. B7 pursuant to section 16.10-030A.1, you're really testing me. Preliminary plats. In order to approve a preliminary plat, the Planning Commission must make the following findings. B7A, that all the general preliminary plat requirements have been met as determined by the city engineer or designee. That is based on their input and that the R12 meets no added, I just scribbled this earlier today. They're not asking for any special favors here. B7B, that the provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, right-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian, bicycle facilities, and utilities are adequate based on the original plot plan. B7C, that the proposed preliminary plat does comply with the subdivision design standards contained in Chapter 16.15 and all the subdivision improvement standards contained within our guidelines. As a PUD, they did ask for some variances, but they are well within our green space allowances and 10% of parklands, et cetera. B7D, the lots proposed in the preliminary plat do meet requirements of the applicable zoning district. In fact, they've even given us additional parking here to take care of and alleviate some of the the additional parking required in these types of complexes. Order, conclusion, and decision. The Planning Commission pursuant to the aforementioned finds that the request of 15th Street Investments LLC Terrence Alling for preliminary plat of approval as described in the application should be approved. The special conditions applied to the motion are items 1 through 10. And it includes the HOA, the snow storage, the certificate of occupancy, completion of landscaping, et cetera. And all the sewer policies, et cetera, are followed. That's it.
Motion for approval by Commissioner Fleming. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mandel. Discussion on the motion. Roll call, Shannon?
Fleming.
Yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Mandel.
Yes.
McCracken.
Yes.
Luttrip.
No.
Ward.
Yes.
Messina.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, would there be a motion for adjournment?
I would, before I make the motion to adjourn, I would, like you, because you're so good at it, talk about Leaf Fest. I think this is a very, we see a billboard, but we missed it last year. Leaf Fest is one of the more interesting things that our city does. And would you
Oh,
make
you
a?
want me to talk
Will you
about
just,
it?
what,
All right.
three seconds,
I used
John,
to
you're
I
good.
used to run Leaf Fest. I may have coined the phrase. So real quickly, and I doubt if anybody's out there listening, but just in case there are, it does start
15th.
the Monday following Veterans Day. It's going to be a little challenging this year unless some of the snow disappears. So be flexible with the crews. They ask that you get the leaves out there, not too early, but certainly by Monday, they better be out in the street if you want them to pick them up. They start in the south end of the city, work their way north, hope to be done in about 12, 14 days. So that's how that works.
It's a very good program. With that, I move for adjournment, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, let's go.
Let's get out of here. I lost my glasses.